I got a cheat ability in a different world, and become extraordinary even in the real world. Volume 5. Prologue. Forest of Grace. It is a forest where you can receive all kinds of natural blessings and collect several precious wild plants. However, the blessings are not limited to the plants and trees but also affect the monsters. The monsters that live there have gained their mighty power from eating the precious wild plants and growing up there. Although it is not as dangerous as the Great Devil's Nest, it is still designated as a dangerous area. Although it is a place overflowing with such monsters, there is actually a reason why it is only designated as a dangerous area. Phew. I'm sweating like crazy today. A man sits on a stump in the Forest of Grace and wipes sweat off his face. He looked like a farmer in his straw hat and his overalls, and the sight of him wiping sweat off with a towel on his shoulder made him look like a middle-aged man who could be found anywhere. However, he was clearly different from the average middle-aged man in several ways. That is, the chopped-down trees around him and the monsters' corpses. And a supermassive axe, as tall as a middle-aged man, is propped up against a tree. But the trees here grow even if they are cut down. And even if you hunt the monsters, they will still spring up no matter how many times you hunt for it. That's how strong the power of nature is, but it's hard to imagine a blessing that's too strong. This middle-aged man who sighed while mouthing that was the factor that kept Forest of Grace a mere dangerous area, and the guardian of humanity who is bearing the title of Axe Saint. Well, that's fine. If I cut down a bit more trees and thin out the monsters a bit more, those monsters won't even appear in the surrounding villages. It was at that moment that he picked up the axe that was propped up against the tree and tried to get up from the stump. Ha! Suddenly, intense killing intent was directed at him. After receiving that killing intent, the Axe Saint instantly shifted into a fighting stance and held the axe up without a second thought. What? This killing intent is. However, he had never encountered an existence in the Forest of Grace that could emit such an intense killing intent towards the Axe Saint. You've been in a place like this, huh, Axe Saint? Ha! You are. Then, a man appeared from the depths of the Forest of Grace. That man had red dreadlocks and a black shirt with a large gap in the chest and a white jacket on top of it, and his muscles, which is trained and condensed to the extreme, could be seen through the shirt. He emitted a wild air that reminded one of a beast, and his sharp golden eyes were staring straight at the Axe Saint. And this man was the one who was showering the Axe Saint with powerful killing intent. What the hell are you doing here, Fist Saint? The man called Fist Saint smiled at the Axe Saint's reaction. Don't be so wary. What the hell do you think you're talking about, throwing a temper tantrum like that at me? Calm down. I'm just here to kill you. What? The Axe Saint received the words of the Fist Sage and immediately raised the axe in his hand. Tearing scream. Then, as he slammed the axe into the ground with great vigor, a large ground crack emerged from it and reached the feet of the Fist Saint. But, come on, is this all you can do? The Fist Saint looked bored, and then he easily dodged the attack of the Axe Saint. Well, even I can do that, too. When the Fist Saint lightly smashed his fist into the ground, a sharp crack in the ground extended to the feet of the Axe Saint, faster than the Axe Saint's blow. However, the Axe Saint managed to avoid the attack and shouted at the Fist Saint. Ku. What do you mean when you say you're going to kill me? There's nothing to it. However, I'm going to kill you. That's all. Nothing, you said? You are also the one who is bearing the holy title, and this is what you're doing. Ah, holy, huh? So what about it? What? The words of the Fist Saint made the Axe Saint lost for words. I'm not interested in the role of a holy or anything else. It's just that I wanted to fight a strong fellow, and that's why I became a holy. Then why do you want me, the same holy dude? What do you mean? Someone as good as you and I are the holy, right? So why not fight? I can't keep up with your fighting habits. Besides, I've recently started to see the evil movement. And now, I don't have time to fight among friends. By evil, you mean this power. A black haze suddenly erupted vigorously from the Fist Saint's body. What? It was the very power of the evil that the Axe Saint spoke of. In the situation where that power was overflowing from the Fist Saint's body, the Axe Saint could not keep up with his understanding. How can you have that power? It's all about getting stronger and stronger, you know? Ha! You betrayed us. Well, is that what you think it is? The Fist Saint said that without any offense. The Axe Saint was speechless. I don't care what it is, I'm here to kill you. That's all there is to it. Now that you've betrayed us, I have a reason to kill you too. You're the only one I can't let go. I love the look on your face now. Come on, man, bring it on. Tearing sky. The Axe Saint swiftly swung a huge axe on the spot, and a huge vacuum blade flew towards the Fist Saint. However, the Fist Saint dodged everything without difficulty. What is it, after the ground, is air, huh? But aren't you joking when you say you're the Axe Saint with just that one? No, you're done. Huh? The Axe Saint's attack didn't just split the ground and air. The vacuum blade that the Fist Saint was supposed to have dodged gradually increased in size and attacked the Fist Saint from behind again, trying to cut him in half. Sigh. It's only a mere tracking ability, don't get too carried away with it. I can just avoid that thing again. Do you think I'd let you do that? What? In the next moment, the Axe Saint swung the axe in his hand and threw it at the Fist Saint. The attack's momentum was so great that it scattered a new vacuum blade, blocking the Fist Saint's retreat for certain and cutting him down between the vacuum blade and the huge axe. Hey, the escape routes aren't just left, right, and front, you know. Yet, Fist Saint tried to dodge those attacks by leaping up into the sky. But there's no escape for you anymore. Whoa. What? Amazingly, the Fist Saint had been guided into a position where he could straddle the first earth crack by the Axe Saint attack. And from that earth crack, a super high energy light poured out. The tearing scream isn't just a technique that tears the ground. It's a technique that causes the earth to scream. The rush of light was so tremendous that it burned the surrounding trees and the ground. The vacuum blades and the axe that were supposed to have been avoided were still tracking him, so the Fist Saint, who had lost his escape by being in the air, had no way to deal with it. Why you? For wanting to fight the strong, you let your guard down too much. Heaven's prison. As soon as the Axe Saint muttered the name of his technique, the vacuum blade, giant axe, and rush of light swallowed the body of the Fist Saint at once. The Axe Saint, staring at the torrent of light, frowned. But I didn't expect someone from the holy to handle the power of the evil. This is going to make the others. What do you think you're done with? Ha! Axe Saint opened his eyes and turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and saw the figure of Fist Saint standing there unharmed. No way. You're completely, with, heaven prison. What a disappointment. You're not worthy of the holy title. What did you gar? The moment the Axe Saint tried to speak, a large amount of blood poured out of his mouth. What is? There was a huge hole in the Axe Saint's chest. You attacked me so weakly that I killed you. If you kill me, the strongest and most powerful of us holy beings, the Sword Saint, will destroy you. Prepare yourself. Die quickly, you small fry. The Axe Saint collapsed on the spot and convulsed violently. Watching that figure with cold eyes, the Fist Saint kicked away the Axe Saint, who had already become a silent corpse. Ah, this is so boring. I got the power of the evil people, and I was able to fight with the holy people. That's supposed to be fun. I told you not to do anything of your own accord, didn't I? Huh? Right next to the Fist Saint, a black haze suddenly gathered, forming a human-shaped silhouette, and a voice emanated from it. Whatever I do is up to me. You think that excuse will be accepted? You are only borrowing the power of us, evil. And even though it's a coincidence, that power certainly fits you perfectly. That's why you should be careful. Shut up. The Fist Saint interrupted the black haze and randomly slammed his fist into the haze. The blow was tremendous and not only blew away the surrounding trees and the ground but also wholly obliterated the black haze. I don't take orders from anyone, and if you think that the power of the evil is yours forever, you've underestimated me too much. The Fist Saint turned his back to where the black haze was. I'm going to do as I please. Then he quietly walked away from the Forest of Grace. So that's the end, huh? At the world's disposal ground, where the evil resides, the black haze's main body that had warned the Fist Saint earlier muttered bitterly. The main body was even denser and blacker than when it appeared near the Fist Saint. It was covered in an evil haze, making it impossible to confirm its exact appearance. Looks like I've misjudged his abilities. The Fist Saint is no longer entirely out of the hands of the evil. Since he is one of the few experimental bodies that were able to conform to the power of the evil, it was a mistake to underestimate the control of the power we gave him. There's no choice. Since it's come to this, I'll have to make him disappear. Even as an evil, he had no use for a piece that didn't listen to him and decided to dispose of the Fist Saint easily. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's a small price to pay for the future plan. There's no way to get rid of him. That means we need to let our shards of the Bow Saint who is still alive to find a new host for it. The evil spoke to himself and then quietly disappeared from the place. Chapter 1, Life with Yuti. Part 1. What should we do now? Woof. Fugo. We managed to hold off the attack by a girl named Yuti, who has the same evil power and the same holy technique as Master Usagi. The words of Master Usagi, who appeared as our helper, revealed that the evil had tricked Yuti. As a result, Yuti didn't attack us anymore, but Master Usagi told us to take care of her. However, Yuti herself has been holed up in the room by herself to clear her mind, and she can't be approached for discussion. Well, I'm sure a lot of things are messing up in her head right now. It can't be helped, I'll just do my daily training routine or something, and then I'll make some dinner. Woof. Fugo, Knight and Akatsuki also answered adorably, as if they agreed with my words. Fu. Before coming to the other world, I used to do general push-ups, sit-ups, back-ups, and squats, but I never lost weight for some reason. I didn't skip it, but I continued to do it every day. It's not just that I've become more slender due to leveling up in the other world, but also that I've suddenly gained muscle mass. Really, the other world is so strange. After finishing the muscle training I've been doing since before I came to the other world, I was training with Knight when I suddenly felt a gaze other than Akatsuki's. When I turned my eyes in that direction, I saw Yuti standing there. So Knight and I stopped our training once and called out to Yuti. What's up? I'm also confused by Yuti, who doesn't say anything when I call out to her, but growl tilde. Suddenly, a sweet sound rang out. The sound comes from Yuti's stomach. Could it be that you're hungry? Yuti nods a little. Indeed, I've been moving since then, and Yuti just finished fighting me, too. Besides, it's also lunchtime. I understand. I'm going to prepare a meal now, so just wait a bit. Yuti nodded again at my words and quietly went back to her room. As I saw her off, I called out to Knight and Akatsuki. Well then, let's go make some food. Woof. Fugo. However, this time I'm tired from the battle with Yuti, so to be honest, it's too much of a hassle to cook. But I need to eat something to get my strength up, and since I'm hungry, I decided to make a simple pasta dish. It's just a matter of boiling it. The pasta is indeed from the earth. The sauce is also made by Japanese companies, so I am very grateful for the earth's, or even Japanese food technology that makes it easy to eat delicious food. Knight and Akatsuki can eat the pasta. Just like me, or rather the human thing, so I prepare the same thing. Thinking again, The other world's monsters are still a little different from the creatures of Earth. While thinking about this, the meat sauce pasta was successfully completed. Then, perhaps caught by the smell, Yuti came over before I could call out to her. "It smells good." "Eh? Oh, that. Dinner is ready, do you want some?" "Oh, by the way, how's your condition?" "No problem." "I see. She should have taken a decent hit from Master Usagi's attack, but she's just fine." "That's amazing." While surprised by Yuti's reply, we sat down at the table. Then, itadakimasu. Woof. Bui. Itada, kimasu. At my words, Yuti tilted her head, and then she tilted her head even more, when she saw the pasta placed in front of her. "Oh, don't Yuti and the others have a culture of saying itadakimasu? And, come to think of it, you haven't even seen pasta, too?" "Affirmative. How do you eat it?" "This is." I show her the gesture of eating while rolling up the pasta with the prepared fork, but Yuti is still tilting her head at it. Then, she nodded with some kind of conviction and, for some reason, offered me the fork. I don't know. "So, you feed me." "Huh?" I almost dropped my fork at the unexpected words. "Feed her," she said. I think I just showed her how to eat it. I was always fed by my mentor. So, feed me. What does she mean that she was fed all the time? No matter how much I think about it, it's just wrong. She's not a baby anymore. Or was Yuti's mentor that overprotective? It's a big difference from my masters. No, it's just uncomfortable to be treated overprotectively by Master Usagi. I can't help but be confused, but there's no sign of Yuti starting to eat it herself. She looks at me with pure eyes and opens her little mouth. Iron. Uck. I finally let Yuti, who by all appearances didn't seem to be eating herself, eat the pasta, losing my patience. "Here." Then Yuti's eyes widen, and she looks at me in surprise. Astonished. "So delicious. Are you actually a chef?" No, not that kind of thing, but... Indeed. If you're a chef, that strength is inexplicable. It's a wonder. She looked at me curiously but continued to eat her pasta at the same pace, and I found that she finished it in no time. It was delicious. That's good to hear. Well, it's a victory for my skills, or rather my corporate efforts. With Yuti's meal finished, I'm about to start my own meal once again when Yuti looks at me with a serious expression on her face. What's wrong?" "Demand. Introduce yourself." Now? And you're just making some pretty crude demands. I know you're a disciple of that kicking saint. But as for the rest, I don't know much about you. Now that I am thinking about it. She attacked me out of the blue. From that point on, I didn't even have the air to introduce myself, so... No, I'd like to know what kind of mental structure you have if you can introduce yourself carefree in that situation. I'm Yuya Tenju. As you know, I'm that Master Usagi's disciple. Understood. I'm Yuti, the disciple of the Bow Saint. After I introduced myself, Yuti briefly said so too, and after other brief introductions, I ask her about the current situation where she can't postpone. "So, has that made you feel better?" "Complicated." "I see. I was asked to talk to you by Master Usagi." As I was pondering how to explain it, Yuti's face turned down slightly. The one who killed Master was human, but I never knew that there was an evil behind it. Even now, I can't forgive the humans who killed my master. But if the Usagi story is true, then those humans are no longer around. So I will defeat the evil that is the source of everything. That's all. When Yuti said that, she looked straight at me again. I'm not the one involved in taking revenge or anything like that. I wouldn't be able to say anything about it, and I wouldn't have the right to stop her, as well. By the way, do you have any guesses as to where you will be going from now on? No. If that's the case, what can I do for her? I thought about it a lot, but being just a student, there was no way I could come up with a good idea, and I sighed heavily. When I look up, I suddenly notice that Yuti's outfit is covered in mud. Ah. She fainted after fighting us, and she stayed in the room as soon as she woke up. That means he doesn't have time to change clothes or anything. This would have been a good idea to prepare a bath for her before dinner. As I was thinking about that, I noticed Yuti looking down at her body. What's going on? I'm covered in mud. Wish. I need to wash my body. Oh. I know you fought us and stayed in the same place. But instead of just washing up, why don't you take a bath? A bath? Question. What's that? You don't understand bathing, huh? But, you do understand washing your body, right? Affirmation. I used to do that with my master. If the water's warm, it's a bath. Understanding. It's interesting. I'm going to take a bath or anything like that. All right, well, I'll get it for you in a minute. I could have used a portable open-air bath, but I didn't want to go out of my way to prepare one, so this time I prepared a regular bath at the Earth House. Look, it's ready. Then, for some reason, Yuti raised her arms and looked at me. If I want to wash up, I need to take my clothes off. Why, yeah, that's right. Yuya, undress me. Why? She's going to take a bath, and she needs to take her clothes off. But I'm not going to help her with that. Am I wrong? Master, she always helped me to take it off. Your master? She isn't just overprotective. How far did she dote on her? I don't know how old Yuti really is, but she's probably in middle school from the looks of her. And yet her master fed her and undressed her. Was she going to let her stand on her own? Be that as it may, it's usually a bad idea for me to take off her clothes, so while I managed to convince Yuti, I took Yuti to the bathroom. When I explained about the shower and shampoo in the bathroom, Yuti's eyes widened. This place is full of strange tools. Are they all magic tools? No, it's not really a magical tool. Because when you twist this obscure thing, water comes out. Amazing. I hadn't imagined it at all, but there would indeed be no such thing as a shower or faucet in the other world. Turning on a faucet to get water coming out is definitely a nice thing to have. This soap is pretty impressive too. It certainly was more bubbly than the one my master used. I see. Well, at least you know how to use it, right? Yuti nodded quietly at my words. All right, then. I will be in immediately. Yuti took off her white dress on the spot despite my being present. Hey, for someone who was talking about wanting help to take it off earlier, you can do it so easily. Wait, that's not the problem here. Yuti's actions froze me, but ignoring me, Yuti took off her clothes on the spot and went into the bathroom. It was so shocking that I froze in place, but for now, let's do some laundry. Normally I would have dithered over whether I, as a man, could wash a girl's clothes, but after the tremendous shock I received earlier and the lack of replacement clothes, I mindlessly did the laundry. As I started to run the washing machine, I felt even more mentally exhausted than I did when I fought with Yuti. Part 2. Now, I need to get a place for Yuti to sleep or something while she's in the bath. Besides, though it's okay for now, if she's going to stay at my house permanently, I'll have to get her a change of clothes or something. We have not discussed it properly yet, but if I were to part ways with Yuti here, she will only pursue her revenge. Alone, with no place to rest and no place to go. I hoped that my house could at least be a place for Yuti to rest. Well, if that's really what it means to live in this house, then I guess I'd better get some clothes for Yuti, and, if anything, make sure she can live on Earth. No, she hasn't really decided to live here, but if she's going to spend time at my house, she needs to know not only about the other world, but also about the Earth that we're on now, in case something goes wrong. What's going to happen now? Woof. Fugo. At my question, Knight and Akatsuki tilted their heads in the same direction. At that moment, The Earth's house doorbell rang. What is it? Maybe a newspaper salesman? I don't remember asking for anything in particular, so with that in mind, I headed to the front door. Hello, Yuya-san. Kaori? To my surprise, it was Kaori who came to my house. Why are you here? I happened to be passing by Yuya-san's house. Yuya-san, I was wondering what you're doing. I see. Kaori's words made me unintentionally startled. It's not that Kaori has any other intentions, but I couldn't help but be surprised by her visit. When I was thinking about that, Kaori made an apologetic expression. Was it a bother? That's not true. Kaori looked relieved when I hurriedly told her so. Thank goodness. Oh, by the way, do you remember what I asked of you before? What you asked of me? Yes. I asked Yuya-san to take me sightseeing in the other world before, didn't I? At that time, Yuya-san said it was too dangerous to do so, but I am still curious about it. Sure, it's natural to want to go there when there's a strange place like this other world in front of you, but it's still dangerous. Yuya. I'm done. Huh? Suddenly, a voice called out to me from behind, and I turned around without a second thought. Yuya-san. That girl is. While still wet from the bath, a naked Yuti was standing there? That's. A lot is going on. Yuya. I'm done. What should I do now? No, don't do anything, just get dressed. Don't have clothes. That's true too. I was in the middle of getting ready for that. Yuya-san. Why is this girl naked? Yuya, this woman, who is she? I wanted to look up to the heavens as both of them pressed me at the same time. Someone, please help me. I see. So that's what happened. After that, I managed to gather up my energy and desperately tried to explain to Kaori about Yuti, ending her misunderstanding. When I imagined that if the misunderstanding had not been cleared up, Kaori would recognize me as a pervert and I would feel dreadful. Thank goodness the misunderstanding has been straightened out. As for Yuti, thanks to the fact that I had used my magic to dry her clothes that I had washed, she has finished changing her clothes for now, and while we're at it, I also talked to Kaori about Yuti in the form of a consultation. In fact, it was complicated for me, as a man, to prepare a change of clothes for Yuti. Well, just to confirm one thing, does that mean she's going to live with Yuya-san from now on? It depends on what Yuti wants to do. No, you can't. How can you and a girl be under the same roof? That's. Kaori has a point. When Kaori is at a loss for words, Yuti opens her mouth with a serious expression. I like this place. At Yuti's unexpected words, Kaori and I shouted at the same time. You like this place, you said? Yuya, the food is delicious. The bath feels good. Conclusion. It's a good place. Is that why? I don't know where to go anyway. And if he refuses, I'll have to go somewhere else for sleep. That's not good. Yeah. Not only me, but Kaori immediately disagreed with Yuti's words. She's a girl, and more importantly, it's too dangerous to sleep outside in a world where there are monsters. No, maybe she's stronger than me, so I don't need to worry about it. Don't worry. I was living in the forest with my master. In the forest? Affirmative. So I'm used to being in the wild. No, Yuti may be used to it, but it's just that we feel. I sighed at Yuti's words, but I told her again. Well, since Master requested this of me, let's live here together. There's plenty of room for you. Fortunately, thanks to the door to another world's exchanging function, I'm not in need of money, so there's no problem with one more person, and this house is actually too big for just me, Knight, and Akatsuki. It's a relief. I would be troubled if you said no, to be honest. Evil power, It's calmed down now, but it's not completely gone. A. It's okay, I can keep it in check now. I still feel like I have a little evil left in me though. Wait a minute. This is indeed a story that I can't get past. While I was anxious with Yuti's unexpected statement, Kaori, who didn't know what evil was, tilted her head. Then, what is this evil? I don't know how to explain. Honestly, I still don't have a proper understanding of it. Master Usagi said that they are like a mass of negative aspects of the world. As I fumbled for an answer, Yuti answered for me. The evil is the negative aspect of the world itself. It's hard to explain in detail. It's just something bad. I see. Does this mean that these bad things are in your body, Yuti-san? Affirmative. I am only temporarily restrained by the power of the pig there. Bui? Fugo. See, calm down, Akatsuki. Akatsuki didn't like the fact that Yuti called him a pig there, and he protested by stomping the ground on the spot. However, his appearance was just too cute for a complaint. Oh, I see. Then, will that evil power go out of control again, or? It's possible. Now that I've decided to turn against the evil, I may be unable to control my powers as well as I had before. I suppose that's true. If the evil guys can accurately control the power they themselves have given out, they'll recover that power from those who could be an enemy. Fortunately, there is that pig here. So there's less of a risk of that running amok. Really? If that's the case, I can't afford to let Yuti leave even more. As long as she decided to challenge the evil, Yuti would be unwilling to harm other humans. As I thought, it would be best for Yuti to stay here. Affirmation. I can't blame you for all of this. But, Yuya-san, you're getting along with a lot of women without my knowledge. Yui? It's just a misunderstanding. It just happened by chance. I wonder if that's true. Sure, Lexia-san, Luna, and all the other people that Kaori has met have been women, but that's not true, probably. But she knows some men too, right? Like Owen-san, or Arnold Summer, or… I'm getting a little uneasy. Kaori has some kind of a complicated expression on her face. Indeed, I'm going to live together with a girl, but I'm not going to do anything strange. Or rather, I would get beaten back in terms of ability. More importantly, am I that untrustworthy? It's a bit depressing, although somewhat complicated. The decision to accept Yuti in this house has forced me to look at other issues. However, if this arrangement is done, what will you do while I'm at school? It frightens me to leave you alone. School. She tilted her head as if the word was unfamiliar to Yuti. Knight and Akatsuki are good kids and can stay at home properly, but I'm not sure about Yuti. She's pretty naive, just like the food and bath incidents earlier, and I'm afraid of what might happen. The safest thing to do is make sure that she can't travel between the worlds while still having her stay in the other world home. That would be a tight situation, indeed. I've been pondering over it for a while now, and Kaori has unintentionally opened her mouth. If that's the case, why don't you go to school too, Yuti-san? Responding to the unexpected words, Kaori continues. How old are you, Yuti-san? Age, I don't know. You don't know. But by your appearance alone, you look like a middle schooler, so what about transferring to middle school? I'm honestly scared to take her into Earth School out of the blue, but if it gives Yuti a chance to look at things other than just the evil things, I think it's a great idea. However, I would be grateful if we could get Yuti into a middle school, but it would be hard. In Yuti's case, there's no household registration, and first of all, which school? If that's the case, then Uzai Gakuen will do just fine. There's a school building on the grounds of the school we attend that we don't use, remember? Well. I mean, Uzai Gakuen is still too big to keep track of all the facilities, so to be honest, it doesn't ring a bell when she talks about the school building that wasn't used. At that school building, the middle school students are taking classes. Have you not seen them? It's hard to tell because the uniforms are the same as in high school. So that's it. When I thought about it, I felt like I saw many students for the number of people per grade level. That's because there were kids from the middle school as well. If it's the middle school of Uzai Gakuen, Yuya-san can rush right over when something happens. Isn't that a relief? That's really reassuring, but would it be difficult to transfer or anything like that? If you're in high school, it's going to be hard to transfer if you do not belong to any high school, but if you're in middle school, you can still get by. After saying that, Kaori gave a reliable smile and then turned her head directly to Yuti. Yuti-san, is it okay with Uzai Gakuen? I don't know if it's okay or not. But with Yuya around, I'm safe. After nodding with satisfaction at Yuti's words, Kaori clapped her hands. Then let's go buy some clothes or something for Yuti-san now. And if we go directly to my father and explain the situation to him, we can complete the process right away. After all that, thanks to Kaori, it looks like she can work out the situation with Yuti. Well, thanks. To be honest, I didn't know what to do on my own. No, I'm glad I could help. If there's anything I can do to thank you for this, or rather, if there's anything I can do to help. Then I'd like to go to a city in the other world. Eh? Is that a no? Ugh. Since she's been helping so much with Yuti, I would make it happen if I could, but... While I'm at a loss for words, Yuti gave me a strange look. Why don't you take her into town? Eh? I mean, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Yuya, strange. Danger to Yuya, a person that reached the realms of evil and holy, that kind of opponent doesn't come up often. I haven't gotten that strong, though. Although I've gained experience in actual battles against the monsters of the Great Devil's Nest, I don't feel like I'm getting stronger at all. I guess it's because I'm comparing myself to Yuti and Master Usagi. Regardless, I can't help but have such high expectations. I sighed and made one condition. All right. But we have to get Kaori's equipment first. Eh? Kaori gives me a puzzled look at my words. Yuti says it's okay, but if something happens, it would be a disaster. That's why, in order to make sure we're prepared, we should get Kaori's equipment first. As long as you have this equipment, Kaori will be able to protect herself in case something happens. Oh, okay. That's okay. How do I get the equipment? I'll get it for you by next week's holiday at the latest. I'm thinking of going straight to the other world's royal capital on my day off. Is that okay? I'm sure I will give Kaori's equipment directly to you that Saturday, and we'll just leave immediately. Next Saturday or Sunday will be fine. Besides, probably Yuti-san's transfer will be after that holiday, so this is perfect. Kaori nodded happily at my words and once again told Yuti and me. Well then, since you have promised to show me the city of the other world, let's get going, shall we? Kaori took Yuti and me out while Knight and Akatsuki stayed at home. Part 3. When we left the house, Yuti froze at the scenery outside. Astonishing. Are these buildings? Yeah, these are all houses. Houses. Of nobility? Huh? Not nobility. Just ordinary common houses. Common? Yuti's eyes widened even more at my words. It's not that surprising. No, I recall I've seen the houses in the other world, but they certainly aren't as big as the ones you see in Japan. And many of them are more like an extension of a log cabin. Some of the houses were made of stone or brick though. As soon as Yuti looks around in awe at the houses and streets of Earth, she finds monster? Yuti? Yuti reacted quickly to a car that happened to be passing by and jumped away from the spot in a big leap. And then she tried to use her bow, which was Yuti's weapon. She realized that I still am holding onto it, and she looked impatient. Demand. You must give my weapon back to me. Otherwise, that thing can't be defeated. No, you can't take that down. There's no car in the other world, after all, right? Kaori seemed to notice this as well and managed to explain the car together with a bitter smile at Yuti's reaction. Partly, I understand. I understand that it's similar to a carriage. But how is it working? I can't feel any magic. It does not work with magic. It's with gasoline. Gasoline? As expected, it is unknown. There's no way to explain all of this. How do I give an explanation of gasoline? Once she understood that the car was just like a carriage, we once again headed out to buy clothes and other items for Yuti. But after all, Yuti, who is still unfamiliar with Earth's environment, began to act discordantly. Yuya. What's that pillar? That's a telephone pole. Telephone pole. Climb it. Don't climb it. Why would she be climbing it? Yuya. What is the point of this fence? This isn't going to stop the enemy from attacking. No, there are no enemies. So you shouldn't climb it as well. Yuti seemed to have lived in nature with her master, the bow saint, so she wanted to climb up as soon as something went wrong. Is she a monkey? When we met in the other world, Yuti was only focused on fighting. But now, she was curious about everything and was distracted by them. We walked around in such a state, but most importantly, Yuti's appearance was quite conspicuous, and the people around us were whispering something to each other when they saw us. Hey, look at that. Wow. She looks like a doll. Is she a cosplayer? No, that hair is too natural for that. The color of her eyes looks different, too. I mean, the other girl is so cute too, isn't she? The guy with those two is the one who's been in the news for his previous photo shoot with the model Miu, too, right? Damn it. Being with two cute girls like that. I'm so jealous. As I was exposed to all sorts of curious eyes, Yuti, who had been looking around, turned to me. Yuya. Humans, they're staring at me. Uncomfortable. Can I shoot them? You can't do that, please. You shouldn't shoot people for that kind of reason in the other world. It's terrible, right? Yuti was somewhat unconvinced by my words, but she was still anxious about the eyes in her surroundings, and she was shrinking away. Then, she ran out onto the roadway. In the other world, there were no distinctions between a roadway and a sidewalk. Rather, there was only a road, so it was not surprising that Yuti would jump out onto the roadway. Oh, look out. The moment I heard someone's shout, I hurriedly held Yuti in my arms and jumped back from the roadway. Oh, ooh. What the hell was that? I didn't see that one coming. That's cool. While the people around me were shouting in amazement at my actions, Kaori rushed over to me with an anxious look on her face. Yuya-san, Yuti-san, are you all right? Yeah. I'm fine, but... I looked down at Yuti, who I was holding as I replied. She looked up at me curiously, too. Unnecessary. Even if you don't help, it doesn't matter. Above all, it's the car that will break if it hits me. That's not the point. I don't think it's okay to get hit by a car and end up wrecking someone's car. It's difficult to comprehend. I'm not that soft with my training. First of all, I need to adjust that muscle-brain mindset of yours, I guess. I followed Kaori even though I was already exhausted at this point. We finally arrived at the vicinity of our destination. It's a shopping district located close to the school. Some buildings are still under construction, showing that the area is still developing. I think some of the clothes from this store would look good on you, Yuti-san. Ah, really? I don't know if a girl's clothes are good or bad, so I have to answer that. As I was thinking about how I'm completely helpless here, I suddenly realized that Yuti was staring blankly into the sky. What's going on? Falling. Yuti pointed to the building under construction and continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Falling. That pillar over there, it's going to fall. That pillar, you said? No way. Yuti was referring to the steel rebar being lifted up using a crane in a building that is currently under construction. However, when I tried to ask again how she knew that, Yuti continued. Parent and child. Dying. Huh? Yuti-san, what's wrong? Kaori asked when she realized we weren't following behind her, but I was now stupefied by the Yuti's words which I couldn't afford to miss a word of. I immediately looked around the vicinity of where the rebar was being lifted up from and saw. Seriously? A woman with a baby in her arms was now trying to pass through under the rebar. And clank. When a tremendous metallic sound rang out, the rebar began to fall on the parent and child in its path. Kia ah. Oh oi. Shit, get away. The woman, who was at the spot where the rebar would have hit her, seemed to be petrified by fear and couldn't move, while those who saw the falling rebar hurriedly tried to put as much distance as possible. Damn it. I rushed out as fast as I could and grabbed the frozen woman in my arms. But I intuitively knew that the rebar would hit me more quickly than I could jump away. Seriously, what am I supposed to do? If I'm going to use magic, it's not going to be in a busy place like this. No, that's not the case. I quickly tried to activate my magic, but before that, my body moved instinctively. This should be the result of the training with Master Usagi and my everyday training. In a very natural way, I swung my leg up and kicked the rebar up. The kick from Master Usagi's direct teachings, coupled with my status, could easily shatter the rebar, but if I blew it up ridiculously, honestly, it would cause damage to those around me. Therefore, I tried to put the rebar in place instantly by receiving the rebar's impact using a soccer trick. While everyone was expecting a direct hit, there was no sound or impact as expected, and the people around me were baffled. While ignoring those around, I called out to the woman who was still frozen in place, "Are you okay?" Why, yes. When I called out to her, the woman came to her senses, but she was shocked again when she saw my face, blushing. Hey. What happened? Well. For a moment I thought it looked like that guy kicked the rebar. No. Kicking the rebar. That's impossible, isn't it? Look at them, they're still alive, you know? It looked like that to me too. It was more conspicuous than I expected, but this was all I could do. When I parted from the woman who was bowing quietly and joined Kaori and the others, Kaori had a complicated expression on her face. I know that Yuya-san is amazing, but when you go to such a dangerous place without hesitation like that, I still worry about you. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. Why? No need to apologize. Yuya will be fine. That's not the point. Yuti was told by Kaori to admonish me, but she just tilted her head in question. Even though I just came to buy some clothes for Yuti, I was already impossibly exhausted, but we finally arrived at our destination. But even here, I have an ordeal ahead of me. Kaori-san? Do I have to stay here too? Of course. It's a women's clothing store, so it's no surprise that they have a lot of female customers. But I'm the only male in the store. Hey, that man. Isn't that the guy in the magazine with Miyu-san before? No way, I thought they edited the pictures, but he's actually handsome in real life, too. Is he like tagging along with his girlfriend on her shopping trip? I'm seriously jealous. I believe it's just my imagination, but I feel like there's a lot of attention around me. In this very uncomfortable situation, I could only wait for Yuti, who was looking at the clothes with Kaori. Oh, customer-san, please wait. Yuti-san, you can't be like that, you know. Suddenly the store became noisy and I couldn't help but look in that direction. Yuya. How's this? Huh? Boofa. And there, Yuti was standing in a daunting pose with white underwear. Yuti-san? Put your clothes on. ? I want you to check my underwear. Then no clothes are necessary. Do not make me, A man, check your underwear like that. Why? Why, you ask? What kind of logic is that? I desperately looked away from her, but Yuti came towards me and used her physical abilities as a disciple of the Bow Saint to forcefully show me her appearance. Dissatisfied. Why don't you look? Do I need to look at you? Yuya's going to buy it. Then you need to know. I don't care about that. You don't have to show me because I'm the one buying it. While I was struggling desperately with Yuti, I managed to escape thanks to Kaori and the shopkeeper who came to us. And even though we bought Yuti's underwear and clothes without further troubles, Yuti still didn't seem to be convinced. I don't understand. Yuya bought it. Then you need to check. That's not the problem. It looks like there's a lot more to teach you than I expected. We bought all the other daily necessities, and as Kaori suggested, we directly went to the headmaster of Uzai Gakuen, who's also Kaori's father, Tsukasa-san. The decision was made to transfer Yuti into the school. Chapter 2, An Incident in the Royal Capital. Part 1. Thanks to Kaori, Yuti's transfer to the middle school was completed, and now, I am in the other worlds, Great Devil's Nest, in search of Kaori's equipment in order to fulfill my promise to Kaori. Honestly, even though the equipment is for Kaori, I didn't expect to find armor like the Bloody War Demon series that I'm wearing. It's only because I have leveled up, and my status is raised, that I'm able to wear it, but it would be difficult for Kaori to equip it. That's why the equipment for Kaori has to be some kind of accessory that contains a powerful effect. Is it possible to get such a convenient item? But, since I hope to have it prepared by this week's Saturday and Sunday, I still have some time to spare, so I'll try to get some dropped items from the monsters of this Great Devil's Nest, for the time being. Because the Great Devil's Nest's monsters are strong, the effects on the equipment you can obtain are also powerful. There might be something that would be perfect for Kaori among the items I have yet gotten my hands on. However, there are too many uncertainties about this. So at worst, I think I can go to the royal capital and find equipment that's suitable for Kaori. I'm almost ready to settle with this result. Well, but this time, in order to find equipment for Kaori, we will try to fight all the monsters in this Great Devil's Nest in one go. Woof. Fugo. Okay. At my words, Knight, Akatsuki, and Yuti nodded. Is Yuti coming with us, too? Can't I? No, it's not a good idea, I mean. If the evil power hasn't disappeared, I think it's best to not fight too much. I'm afraid it might go out of control for some reason. And besides, you were quite battered from the last battle, so you should probably just rest. That's okay. The fight wasn't the trigger for the outburst. Besides, the wounds from before are already healed. Thanks to the pig. Fugo. Bui. I don't know why, but Akatsuki threw out his chest in a cute way. I can only guess that he was praised. Indeed, when Akatsuki used his skill, Sanctuary, to calm Yuti's evil power, he healed her wounds as well. Anyway, don't worry. Besides, since it's a quiet time right now, I'd like to train myself to be able to suppress it if something happens. I see. I don't know how to handle the power of evil, so should I just believe Yuti's words? Besides, even if it went out of control, it can be contained by Akatsuki's power. With that in mind, we once again set out into the Great Devil's Nest to search for Kaori's equipment. As expected, when we go in the direction that I usually explore, there were no new monsters. We headed out to a secluded area where the mithril boar and the likes would appear in the Great Devil's Nest. After a period of walking around, being wary of the surroundings and searching for the presence of monsters, Yuti suddenly stopped. At about the same time, Knight also appeared to be more vigilant. What's wrong? Monster. Woof. I still don't sense it, but it seems that the two of them have detected the presence of a monster. Rather, Yuti's ability is still unfathomable. Even without the power of the evil, she has the same level of detection ability as Knight. For now, we approached the presence that Yuti and Knight detected. Each of us eliminated our presence. I didn't forget to cover Akatsuki with Cloak of Disguise as well. As we approached with caution, there was a single rabbit there. However, unlike Master Usagi, who taught Knight and I, its fur was yellow, and it was wearing a tuxedo, a silk hat, and a red bow tie on its chest, a very unusual appearance. What is that monster? When I muttered without thinking about its strange appearance, I noticed that Yuti looked at the monster with wide eyes. That's Fantasy Rabbit. Huh, Fantasy Rabbit? Is it strong? Denial. If it's in this Great Devil's Nest, it can be considered the weakest one. Even in other places, it's considered to be very weak. It's very hard to find, and it's also known as a lucky rabbit. Lucky rabbit, huh? I listened to Yuti's explanation and used the identification skill on Fantasy Rabbit. Fantasy Rabbit level 77. Magic 777. Attack 777. Defense 777. Agility 777. Intelligence 777. Luck 777. Skills: maximization, minimization, crisis detection, emergency avoidance. This is a really lucky status. No, the actual numbers for luck are low. I'm more interested in the unfamiliar skills though. Can maximize or minimize change its body size? Affirmative. When it encounters enemies, it can either become big to scare them away or turn small to run away while hiding. But crisis detection and emergency avoidance are the more troublesome skills. A. The crisis detection skill can detect even a thin trace of killing, hostile or harmful intentions. So in order to defeat it, you can either kill it without letting it detect your killing intent, like from its blind spot, or to attack at a speed that makes escaping impossible. However, the other skill, emergency avoidance, will transfer the Fantasy Rabbit to a safety zone the moment it detects any killing intent and such. In the end, you have only one way to defeat it, and that is to eliminate your killing intent. What's with all that? Can you get rid of murderous or hostile intent? It's like being detected when you're about to kill someone, or hit someone, or even try to harm them. It seems like I'm very unlikely to be able to do so. I sighed involuntarily as Yuti explained. I am doubtful that I would be able to defeat it now. I'm curious to see what kind of items it would drop, but let's just walk away quietly here. Why? Why, you said? Isn't it impossible? How do you defeat it without letting it realize our killing intent? Attention. Yuti uttered that briefly, and then readied her bow that I had returned the other day. She quietly stared at the Fantasy Rabbit. She unleashed a sharp arrow. The arrow pierced the Fantasy Rabbit's neck in an instant, and just like that, the Fantasy Rabbit turned into a particle of light and disappeared. After watching it vanish, Yuti let out a small breath. Answer. Eliminate any intent to kill, hostility, or harm. And just kill it. What's that theory? No, I understand what she's saying, but you can't ask me if I can do it. In fact, it's impossible. As I was thinking about that, I suddenly realized something. Huh? If you had used this technique when you were fighting us, maybe we wouldn't have won. Denial. At that time, I couldn't suppress the evil power, so I was unsuccessful in hiding the presence of the evil power. But now, the evil power has subsided and I can eliminate the intent to kill. Evil is often linked to murderous and hostile intentions. I see. I'm not happy about it, but in a way, we were saved by the power of the evil, weren't we? No, if she hadn't gotten the evil power in the first place, we wouldn't have to worry about being attacked. Anyway, let's check the Fantasy Rabbit dropped items. For some reason, there's more of them than the time when I took it down by myself, but, said Yuti. I don't know for sure yet, and I haven't checked UT's status, but at least my luck status value is high, so maybe that's what worked. I can't say for sure though, since I wasn't the one who defeated it myself. We all collect the Fantasy Rabbit S dropped items and check them out. Lucky Rabbit's yellow fur, Fantasy Rabbit's fur. It's extremely pleasant to the touch, and cloaks made from this fur are very popular among the nobility and sell for a very high price. However, since the existence of the Fantasy Rabbit itself is rare, it is very rare to find one in the world. Pill of Large and Small Changes, Fantasy Rabbit's rare drop item. When you consume this pill, you will be able to change your size at will. The effect is permanent. Ring of Crisis Avoidance, Fantasy Rabbit's rare drop item. Usable only once per day, the person who wears this ring can transfer the wearer to a safety zone the moment he or she detects danger. The safety zone must be set in advance. Lucky Robe, Fantasy Rabbit's rare drop item. Its stats are modified by the luck of the person equipped with it. In addition to this, we obtained a D-class magic stone, a rank thing that I've never seen before in the Great Devil's Nest. Isn't this quite an extraordinary piece of equipment? Affirmative. And unexpected. It's really amazing that it doesn't make you stronger directly, but it still keeps you safe. It's not like you can suddenly get a superpower, as UT said. However, it's an extraordinary ability to automatically transfer to a safety zone in a critical situation. It's something that fits perfectly for Kaori's equipment. And if you set the safety zone of this ring to the sage's house in the other world, then it's really safe. Besides, I'm also grateful for the equipment item called Lucky Robe, which is quite plain. It looks like a plain brown robe, but it's nice it is affected by the luck stats. Even Kaori would be able to wear this easily, however. What is this pill used for? Unknown. I see. So we don't need it now, do we? I'm concerned about getting bigger or smaller, but I can't bring myself to test it. In the unlikely event that I turn bigger on Earth, I can't even imagine it. I don't think that will happen, but I want to eliminate that possibility as much as possible. But it might be useful for something, so I'll keep it. For example, if the enemies are too strong to fight, maybe if we can turn bigger, our attacks will be stronger. After we obtained the equipment we wanted, we continued our search for a little while longer. I checked my cooperation with Night against the monsters, learned various things from UT's fighting experience, and so on. We had a fulfilling time. So we managed to get some equipment for Kaori. Is this? After fulfilling the promise with Kaori, I handed her the items we obtained. Kaori received it anxiously, but her eyes lit up with anticipation. I was satisfied to see her excitement, and I explained the items properly. And so, first of all, is this ring. If the owner is in danger, it has the effect of forcing the owner to transfer to a safety zone. So even if something happens, I think Kaori will be safe. That safety zone is set up to this house. That's kind of an amazing effect. Kaori is right, the ring effect is incredible. To be honest, I want one too, but after that, I've never met another Fantasy Rabbit, so I only have the one for Kaori. Also, about the robe, the effect seems to be corrected by Kaori's luck status. I don't know how effective it will be. Still, it's no better than nothing. And most importantly, Kaori's clothes. Or rather, Earth's clothes would stand out in this other world. It's easy to get caught up in magic and skills, but there are certainly cultural differences, and I'm sure there are different clothing designs and technical skills. That's right. Well, you can't hide everything, but you can hide some of your clothes with this robe on. Thank you. After Kaori uttered that cheerfully, her expression immediately clouded over. It's strange to say this now, but are you sure it was okay? I thought maybe I asked Yuya-san to do something impossible. And all these items you are giving me are also valuable no matter what I think of them. No, it's fine. I owe Kaori a lot for your help in the first place. In fact, besides UT's transfer, Kaori has been very helpful to me to this day. Because of Kaori's help, I'm less worried about UT's life on Earth than before. Well, I'm still worried about it, no denying that. While I am thinking that, Yuti, who is wearing the white dress she originally wore since we are headed to the royal capital together, gave a small nod. Affirmative. Thanks to Kaori, I've learned a lot. So I'm looking forward to the next place called school. Thank you. Yuti-san. Yuti herself seems to be very grateful to Kaori for her help. I understand, I'll be grateful for the equipment and use it then. As she said that, Kaori slipped on the ring and put on her robe. All right, it looks like Kaori's ready to go, so let's get going. Yes. So, how long will it take us to get to the royal capital? Oh, about that, if we walked normally, it would be a day just for the trip alone, so I'm going to use teleportation magic to move around this time. Teleportation magic? Kaori only tilted her head because I had never explained this thing called teleportation magic, but Yuti froze with her eyes wide open. Astonishing. Really, you can use teleportation magic? Eh? Well. If it's true, then Yuya is outrageous. It is probably impossible even for the magic saint. Of course, it might be possible to achieve similar effects with skills and such instead of magic. That's precisely what the effect is on the ring we gave to Kaori. But that effect only applies to individuals, so it's not as applicable as teleportation magic. Is that so? Lexia-san has said a lot of times, but as expected, teleportation magic is terrible. No, that's why I use it so that people don't see it. It's dangerous if it's found out, but it's a power that's too good not to use. Well, we're not going to go directly to the royal capital this time so that the people around us don't find out, so we're going to teleport to another location that's a little far away. That would be the spot I used the last time I visited the royal capital. That place wasn't even populated. When I used teleportation magic, the space-time in front of us became distorted, and a space large enough for one person to pass through was created. Beyond that, a different landscape than the one we're in now stretches out, and beyond that, we can see the royal capital. Kaori and the others are once again surprised by this teleportation magic, but soon Kaori's eyes are drawn to the otherworld city that appeared before her. Part 2. So, this is a city of the other world. Once we safely entered the royal capital, Kaori's eyes sparkled as she looked around the surroundings enthusiastically. Kaori, if you look around that much, you'll get dizzy, be careful. Yes. Why, you're right. I was just so excited. Kaori, you look like a child. No, I mean, Yuti had a similar reaction on Earth too, right? I have no idea about that. In fact, the first time Yuti left my house on Earth, she was much more restless than the current Kaori, and she was on the verge of being out of control. She tried to climb the walls and poles of the houses, and she looked around so much that I was afraid she was going to break her neck. But back then, when we were about to enter the royal capital, I was flustered. But Yuti, you were able to get in without any problems. I really did worry, since Yuti was the one who wanted to kill Raygar-sama before. I had forgotten about such things until now, and when I remembered that while we were going through the formalities at the city entrance, I was in a great panic. Disregard. I got in, so it's fine. No, that's true, but... Expectation. The soldiers at the bottom don't even know about me. So they let me in, Is that right? In fact, given Yuti's fighting power, if Yuti were to be serious, an ordinary soldier wouldn't even be able to catch her movement in the first place. I was a little concerned that the gatekeepers, or rather, the soldiers would rush around, but... Well, I still don't know what would happen, and I'm a little afraid thinking about that. But there's no point in worrying about it now. So at this point, I stopped thinking about it. Despite being warned by Yuti, Kaori couldn't hold back her excitement anymore and was looking around again, and she suddenly seemed to notice something. Yuya-san. What's wrong? Is it always like this in this town? Like what? No, I mean, the whole city seemed pretty hectic, so I mean, it seems to be a different kind of busy than being lively. After being told, I noticed the surroundings. The gatekeepers were very busy, but I saw that many people were also coming and going busily when I looked around the city again. Moreover, there were no scenes of them chatting and laughing right now, as though they don't have any time to spare at all. Indeed, I wonder what's going on. Yuya Dono. As I was looking at the surroundings, I was unexpectedly approached by a voice. I immediately turned my gaze towards the voice and saw Owen-san standing there with a surprised expression on his face. Owen-san was frozen in surprise that I was here. After a little while, he ran over to me. Yuya Dono, what are you doing here? No, Kaori wants to see this city, so I'm here to visit. Kaori Dono, huh? Is it a sightseeing trip? My words startled Owen-san a bit, then he turned his attention to Yuti, who was standing with indifference behind me. He hurriedly jumped back from the spot. Yuya Dono. The woman there is. No, she's different now. What's the difference? That woman wants Rhaegar Summer. Indeed, Owen-san was one of the people who saw Yuti's face up close and personal. Owen-san's cautious atmosphere has caused the surrounding people and even the other soldiers to gather around to see what's going on. The situation is getting worse. Kaori was at a loss about the situation, but Yuti, the person in question, didn't seem to be bothered by it. No, this is happening because of you, you know. Owen-san, I'll explain it to you somewhere else. All right. In any case, we can't handle that woman here if she rushes out at us, so let's go. He looked frustrated at first, but Owen-san listened to my suggestion after a moment. Then, I was taken directly by Owen-san to a less crowded place. And there, I properly explained to him about Yuti's attack on my house, and even the things about holy and evil. After hearing everything, Owen-san held his head in his hands. It's not that I didn't expect to see such a fairy tale existence as evil, but rather, why is it that only dangerous people gather around Yuya Dono like this? But this is no longer a problem that can be handled by a single country alone. I feel like I have to apologize for that. No, it's not that Yuya Dono has anything to apologize for. And I didn't realize that Yuya Dono is a disciple of a being who bears the holy title. As for that, I've become one before I realized it, too. Right? At first, even though Master Usagi gave me training in kicking, I didn't expect to get involved with enemies of such existence like the evil. That's why I ended up involved with it. As I looked at him distantly, Owen-san still seemed a little wary as he asked me. So, that woman? Yuti, was it? Is everything okay? Don't worry. I'm not interested in the First Prince or this country anymore. I will only want to defeat the evil. That's it. Yuti-san. Then Yuti, who had been uncomfortable until now, opened her mouth and answered. At her conviction, Kaori made a somewhat sad expression on her face. I'm sure Kaori doesn't know the details of Yuti's situation. Still, from Yuti's eyes and the sound of her voice, Kaori must have sensed the weight of what Yuti was holding. As for me, I would like her to forget about the evil and live her own life, but it will be difficult to do so, and it's not something I can easily interfere with. At Yuti's behavior, Owen-san also slightly widened his eyes and then sighed. Sigh. Considering my position, I'd like to arrest you in accordance with the laws of the kingdom, but first of all, that's impossible in terms of my ability, and there seem to be some intricate circumstances involved. For now, I will trust Yuya Dono and Yuti's words. Thank you very much. Thank goodness. If things went poorly, or perhaps in a normal situation, I would definitely be treated as an accomplice and be caught as well. Once I felt relieved about Yuti's circumstances, I decided to ask Owen-san about the cause of the city's current atmosphere. By the way, we arrived in this city just now. What's going on? It seems to be somewhat frantic, unlike the last time I was here. Yeah? That's something I want to talk to you about. As he was about to continue explaining, Owen-san made a face as he thought of something and bowed his head to me. Yuya Dono. What? What's wrong? Can you please help us, Yuya Dono? Huh? But I don't understand the story. I can't help but give such a dumb response. I looked at Kaori and the others in confusion, but both Yuti and Kaori were equally confused. Knight and Akatsuki were. Yeah, no different than usual. Well, can you explain what you mean by that? To tell you the truth, there is a valley near this Arcelia kingdom where a legendary dragon is said to sleep. Huh? Yes, the legendary dragon described in our folklore may have awakened. What? The legendary dragon has awakened? Dragon, a dragon, you say? Isn't it a fictional creature? I've never seen a dragon since I came to this world, so I'm just as surprised as Kaori was. And it's not just an ordinary dragon. It's a legendary dragon. Wait a minute. What do you mean by legendary? Of course, people thought it's a myth, a fairy tale of sorts, but apparently, it is real. Oh, no. I could see from Owen-san's slack-jawed look that he wasn't lying. Oh, come on, is this for real? No, I don't care if it's fictional or not, it's surprising to me when they call it a dragon. But as one would expect, since it's a legendary creature, even Yuti, who seemed apathetic until now, opened her eyes and froze. Astonishing. I've only heard stories about it. I thought it was a myth. Well, for me, the existence of holy and evil is fairy tale enough. It seems like this is too late now. I didn't have a clue, but the existence of holy and evil is also a legendary class if I think about it normally. And what level is Sage-san at? I'm curious. Well, you know, there's all sorts of surprises there, like the existence of the legendary dragon, and also the fact that it has awakened. But looking at the atmosphere of the city, it's not a very good thing, is it? Yeah, I think. You think? I couldn't help but ask about the rather vague answer, but Owen-san replied, with a grim expression on his face. It's pathetic, but I just don't understand it. Anyhow, the dragon is a mythical entity. I don't know if it is hostile to humans. I see. As Owen-san's words unwittingly convinced me, Kaori, who was listening in from behind me, opened her mouth. What is the content of the legend? The legend says the dragon that existed with the creation of the world rested here. It's just that. See, creation of the world, you said. Does that mean it's a dragon that lived as long as this world? How old is it? No, rather, what's going on with its lifespan and stuff like that? That certainly doesn't tell us anything. Yeah, and, as I said, I don't know for sure if it has awakened either. So why do these people think that it has awakened? After hearing a roar that seems as though the world was shaking, the monsters inhabiting that valley began to run away, as if they were fleeing from something. Is that so? Do you not hear that at Yuya Dono's house? In the royal capital, the impact of its roar alone was enough to cause the walls of houses and even the castle walls to collapse. Was it really that bad? But I didn't hear it. Yuti, you didn't hear it either, did you? Affirmative. I didn't hear the roar. It's strange. I thought with that volume, it would definitely reach the Great Devil's Nest. When the bloody ogre attacked Sage-san's house, I'm pretty sure I heard its voice, so I don't think there's a feature for blocking out sounds. No, wait. If it's a roar that breaks not only the walls of the house, but even the walls of the castle, as Owen-san described, wouldn't it be considered an attack? It might be blocked by Sage-san's house. If that's the case, then Sage-san, who can easily block the legendary dragon's roar, is really dangerous, amazing. Anyway, it was decided that we, the knights, would investigate the valley to check if that legendary dragon had really awakened. However, as I mentioned earlier, as a result of the monsters fleeing the valley, the surrounding villages were attacked, and we were too busy dealing with them that we couldn't proceed to investigate the valley. Moreover, because originally many of the more vicious monsters reside in the depths of that valley, the investigation itself would be difficult. It's because of that we couldn't even find out if the legendary dragon existed or not until now. I see. Therefore, I would like to ask Yuya Dono, who lives in the Great Devil's Nest, which is an even more dangerous area than the valley where the legendary dragon sleeps, to help me investigate it. Is the Great Devil's Nest any worse than that? I've been told many times that it's very dangerous, but what's really going on with Great Devil's Nest? Hearing Owen-san's words, Kaori, who didn't know that my house was in such a dangerous place, turned blue in the face. I tried to explain to her that Sage-san's influence is protecting it, but I wondered if she believed me. I feel like after listening to that story, I don't really think my equipment is going to work. That's not true. The only monsters that come out are in the Bloody Ogres class inside the Great Devil's Nest. Oh, if that's the case, then I guess it's all right. Well, from our point of view, if we find a Bloody Ogre, we will be prepared for our deaths, Owen muttered. Owen-san was muttering something in a low voice, but I couldn't hear it. What did he say? Anyway, as for me, if they are in trouble I'd like to help Owen-san and the others, but… how far is that valley from the royal capital? Right. It's on the opposite side of the Great Devil's Nest, but it should take roughly less than half a day. Half a day. If we go now, we could reach the valley, but it would take us the rest of the day to get there. If that's the case, we won't be able to do any sightseeing in the royal capital today. Thinking about that, I suddenly turned my gaze towards Kaori, and she was looking at me with a serious expression. Yuya-san. If you want, you can accept the request. If there are people in need right now and they're looking for Yuya-san's help, I'd want you to help them. And we can do the tour of the royal capital another time. If Kaori says so, I'd be grateful for the opportunity to provide help to them too, but… Besides, I'm curious about that legendary dragon too. At Kaori's words, not only me, but even Owen-san was dazzled. She said she was curious about the legendary dragon. Could it be that Kaori is coming with us? Is it no good? No, I mean, it would normally be dangerous, wouldn't it? It's okay. I also have the ring that Yuya-san gave me. But as expected, I don't feel comfortable taking her to a place where there are a legendary dragon and other ridiculous beings. Yuya. I'm coming too. Yuti too? Then Yuti also wanted to come along as she replied with an unchanged expression, affirmative. Legendary dragon, I'm curious too. Besides, if it's a dangerous place, I would be a part of the fighting force as well. It's complicated for me, but Yuti's skills are vastly superior to ours. It's very helpful as things stand right now, though. While Owen-san groaned with a reluctant face, Yuti didn't seem bothered as she continued. Conveniently. If I'm around, I can escort Kaori as well. You're going to protect Kaori? Of course. Kaori, you taught me so much in that world. So I'll protect you. Yuti-san. Kaori looked touched by Yuti's words and muttered that. After being told that much, it's hard for me to say no. Sure, Kaori has the ring we gave her too, but I wonder if it's really okay. All right, Kaori can come with us. Yes. As you see, Owen-san. We'll be taking part in the investigation. Ooh, I see. That would be very much appreciated. However, I'd like to leave now if possible. In that case, I'll give you a map to the valley. Also, if you're really going to go right now, I'd suggest you pack some food and other supplies. While receiving such advice, we quickly left for the valley after receiving a map from Owen-san. The food situation that Owen-san mentioned can be managed as long as we get home with teleportation magic, so it should be fine. More importantly, I am a little excited to see if there really was a dragon. Chapter 3, Legendary Dragon. Part 1. Just as we were told, we spent about half a day to reach the valley's entrance, as it is located half a day's walk from the capital. By the way, the time spent traveling was not on foot, but spent in a carriage. If I had been to the valley once, it would have taken us an instant to get there. Unfortunately, it's my first time there, so that's not going to happen. Therefore, Owen-san arranged for a carriage to drop us off near the valley. Certainly, walking that distance would have been difficult for Kaori. It's not for Yuti, Knight, Akatsuki, and me, but I'm really grateful. I've never ridden in a carriage before, it makes my bottom hurt so much. I've ridden it once, and I didn't feel the pain as much as Kaori did. This is probably because the difference between status values has a lot to do with it. Are you okay? Do you want to take a little break? Kaori shook her head as I asked her that. I had already planned to proceed according to Kaori's physical condition. No, it's fine. More importantly, let's go see the legendary dragon as soon as possible. I couldn't suppress a bitter smile as Kaori pointed to the valley with her eyes shining. What can I say? I didn't know that Kaori has a surprisingly strong sense of adventure until we traveled here. She is not accustomed to the world, even on Earth, so she must be very interested in this kind of new experience. No, it's not just Kaori, I'm also curious about the legendary dragon. However, I don't even know if it is friendly yet, so we should proceed with caution here. Advice. Kaori, stay close to Yuya and me. Why yes. Knight should look after Kaori too. And Akatsuki should. Well, yeah. Woof. Fugo. Knight replied cheerfully, while Akatsuki stomped on the ground as if to say that he was offended. Because. Well, I can't imagine Akatsuki fighting. I've never seen him fight before and. No, Akatsuki, if we get hurt, make sure you heal us well, okay? Fugo. Bui. When I quickly followed up on that, Akatsuki seemed to say that it couldn't be helped and squealed proudly. He's cute. Thus, we were ready to go and stepped into the valley. Yuya. Monster. It's headed your way. Okay. As Owen-san had described, monsters attacked us one after another a little while after entering the valley. It's also very different from the Great Devil's Nest, where I usually fight. The monsters were all types I've never seen before. The monsters I'm fighting now are the first of its kind that I've seen in this valley. These drooling wolf-shaped monsters are called Hungry Fang S. This monster doesn't have a lot of fur like Knight, and is relatively slender, and attacks in packs. However, as Owen-san mentioned beforehand, they were as strong as Bloody Ogre when it came to fighting power, so I was able to deal with them calmly. I finished defeating the Hungry Fang pack that was attacking me and took a deep breath. Phew. There seems to be no problem defeating them, but their vigor was frightening. Affirmation. Hungry Fangs are always hungry, so their vigor while hunting their prey is incredible. I see. Or rather, the only item they dropped is a magic stone. The only thing left in the place where a Hungry Fang disappeared was a B-class magic stone. Considering that I got the armor I'm wearing now and other things from the Bloody Ogre, it's not entirely worthwhile to hunt it, even if it's the same rank. There's always a lot of items that dropped until now, so I feel so disappointed when I don't get them like now. Denial. There's always something wrong with Yuya when it comes to dropped items, eh? Is that right? Every time I defeat them, the enemy usually drops an item of some sort. No, I guess the rare drop items don't drop very often though. As I was picking up the magic stone and getting bored, Kaori, who was being protected by Knight and Akatsuki, approached me. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to help you. No, don't worry about it. We decided to have you be protected in the first place. Affirmative. Don't worry about it, Kaori. We each have our own strengths and weaknesses. Thank you very much. Saying that, Kaori lowered her head. Even so. It's hard to believe that Yuti used the power of the evil to attack us a few days ago while she showed such compassion towards Kaori. Well, Kaori also took care of Yuti on Earth, so I guess that's why she opened her heart. Whatever the case, it's a good indication, considering how Yuti said she would kill humans. Now, it's been a little while since we entered the valley. Shall we take a break and have a meal? It's an unfamiliar place, and I think it's best to take a break early. I agree. It's important to be careful. Yes, I think that sounds about right. Not only Yuti and Kaori, but also Knight and Akatsuki responded to my words, so I once again activated my teleportation magic and was ready to return to the Sage San's house when Yuti suddenly stopped me. Yuya. Suggestion. Let's have lunch here. A. Reason. Eating in nature, very good. It's so nice here. Just like Yuti said, as we enter the valley where the legendary dragon is said to sleep, which is surrounded by steep rocky mountains on both sides, the area around the valley part was blessed with nature. Filled with plants that I had never seen even in the Great Devil's Nest, with a lot of humidity and moss due to the river flowing through the valley, it was such a place. If we're talking about being in the midst of nature, the Great Devil's Nest is also sufficient. Still, it is certainly not possible to have a meal near a flowing river in the Great Devil's Nest, like in this valley. I wonder if it would be okay? You see, don't you think the smell of the food will attract the monsters? Don't worry. We can handle them. If you're still unsure, I'll set up a barrier now. A. When I couldn't help but respond to Yuti's strange statement, Yuti was in a daze, as if she was looking into the distance. And then, I can see it. What did you see? Not responding to my words, Yuti immediately held up her bow and released a large number of arrows into the sky. Now, we'll be fine. What? I couldn't understand the meaning of her actions since it made no sense, and I could only be confused. It's not just me, but Kaori and the others as well, each of them looking at each other, unable to ascertain what Yuti's intentions are. Then Yuti noticed our confusion and explained. I can see the future. Huh? Of course, it's not perfect. But it's highly accurate. So I just shot it beforehand so the arrow will strike the prey just as it is coming out, according to that prediction. Kaori was speechless at Yuti's blunt words. That's right. Yuti was able to do such an outrageous thing. That's why she was able to predict that rebar would fall on the heads of the mother and her baby when we went shopping for clothes. No, it's not all about predicting the future. What does she mean by shooting an arrow ahead of time to match that predicted future? But when I think about it, I suddenly recall the time when I fought Yuti. I received such an inexplicable attack. When I fought Yuya, I also used it. Look. A. As Yuti turned her gaze to the forest bushes, Kaori and I followed her sight in that direction too, and suddenly a hungry Fang, which we had just fought, came charging in from there, drooling. Whoa! Being caught off guard completely, I hurriedly tried to raise my weapon, but an arrow struck the hungry Fang between its eyebrows, even though Yuti hadn't moved. Then, hungry Fang turned into a particle of light and disappeared. This is the barrier. It was seriously unreal. No, really, any existence that bears the holy title is beyond common sense. No, it seems that Yuti isn't an official holy but a disciple. But if this is done by a disciple, and that's even more extraordinary. Once again, as I trembled at Yuti's extraordinary ability, Yuti looked at me casually. No worries. Now we can eat delicious food in this place. Yuya, cook. Yes. In the meantime, thanks to Yuti, I start preparing the food without any trouble, so I activate my teleportation magic again and connect the distorted space to my house. Of course, all the cooking and such are done on Earth, so I would have to go back anyway. But I can handle that on my own. Now, what should I make? For some reason, when I thought of food to eat outdoors, either barbecue or curry came to mind, so I decided to make curry this time. When I finished making it quickly and returned to the valley again, Knight and Akatsuki were rolling one of the large stones which were scattered around. When I looked closely at it, I saw that Kaori and the others had prepared a simple table and chairs using these stones. Thanks for the preparation. No. The cooking was left up to Yuya-san after all. We should at least do this. Kaori smiled as she said that, and then she noticed the smell wafting from the pot in my hand. That smell is curry. Yeah. I don't know what to make, but when I think of food outdoors, curry comes to mind. Well, at the field trip the other day, I didn't expect to be tasked with cooking curry, and I also didn't think I would have to procure the ingredients as well. I agree. For a picnic, it would be sandwiches and onigiri, rice balls, but for a camping trip, it would be curry. Curious. I've never smelled anything like it. This smell, it makes me hungry. Yuti, who had never heard of curry, was curious about my pot and rubbed her belly as she described her thoughts. It's true, curry smells appetizing, doesn't it? I'm hungry, too, so I quickly poured the curry onto the plates I brought with me and served it. Yuti looked more and more interested in the curry in front of her. The color, too, is strange. Can we really eat it? Of course. It takes a little bit of courage. But it smells delicious. It's true that the color of curry, for those who don't know, well, it's a pretty challenging color. It's not a problem for us who are used to eating it. But when Kaori, Knight, and Akatsuki began to eat, Yuti finally seemed to have made up her mind and took a bite. Ha! And as her eyes widened, she looked at Kaori and me with an excited look. This is delicious. It's so good. Is that so? That's good to hear. And I'm glad you're eating it by yourself too. I'm growing, after all. Yuya-san, you are really good at cooking. It's very delicious. The curry was well liked by the two of them, but let's just say all I did was cut up vegetables and stew them with a commercial Japanese curry powder. Well, I'm not making it with one kind of curry powder, but a mixture of two kinds of curry powder, so it might taste a little different. I didn't have that luxury before, but now that I've gotten money by converting things from the other world, I've expanded the scope of my cooking, or rather the things I can do. Wagyu. Woof. Fugo. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki were also enjoying their curry, so it's a relief. As I watched everyone else eat, I brought my portion curry to my mouth and nodded once. Yes, it's delicious. As we were each enjoying our curry in this manner, I suddenly realized something. It was so delicious that I had forgotten all about it, but the smell didn't attract monsters or anything, does it? Despite Yuti's barrier, it's still okay, right? Whoa. Question mark. Buoy. The voice, or rather a roar of something that didn't seem to be from a monster, rang out. Then, just before the roar reached us, it seemed that some kind of light flooded out of Akatsuki as if the sanctuary skill had been activated, but there was no time to check it. That roar shook the surrounding trees and the ground, and caused the river's water to splash loudly. The mysterious roar made us drop the curry in our hands involuntarily, and we covered our ears and held our heads up. As we desperately endured the sound, the impact eventually subsided. We started to move, checking it out. What on earth was that noise? Unknown. But it's unusual. Even though I had my ears covered, I was still shaken up so much that my head was buzzing. Kaori, are you okay? Why, yes. Somehow. Because, Akatsuki-san helped me. Buoy. As I thought, it looks like I wasn't mistaken about Akatsuki activating the sanctuary skill. Yuti, Knight, Akatsuki, and I can withstand it since we have some abilities, but Kaori is different. However, it seems that Akatsuki recognized that, and reduced the damage by applying the sanctuary skill to Kaori. Thank you, Akatsuki. It was helpful. Buoy. Akatsuki nodded as if to say that it was obvious, but it actually helped Kaori. Besides, it's cute to see Akatsuki looking so high and mighty like that. The curry we were eating was totally ruined, but the portion in the pot still looks like it's safe. Regret. In front of the curry that had fallen to the ground, Yuti muttered that in a sad voice. And what was that noise earlier? It's not a normal sound by any stretch of my imagination. At any rate, the ground and the trees were shaking, some of them couldn't withstand the impact of the roar, and there were even trees that were snapped off. It really helped that Akatsuki used sanctuary on Kaori. If it weren't for the sanctuary skill, Kaori would have been returned to Sage San's house for sure. Once everyone was confirmed safe for now, I had to think about the sound from earlier, but that's when Kaori opened her mouth. Well, that sound. That sounded like some kind of cry or a roar to me. Roar. Roar, you said? Could it be? I had a horrible feeling about it, and suddenly a floating sensation came over us. Huh? What's going on? The ground was shaking even more than before, and I noticed that, with each impact, we were floating off the ground. Just like me, whose face turns blue, Yuti also noticed something and muttered in dismay. This is unpredictable. I couldn't see it. Barrier, it doesn't do any good. It's an arrow that Yuti predicted the future and released before, but it doesn't help the situation that's happening now. Because San. I've already guessed everything, but I can't move now. Because as the approaching sounds and impacts got louder and louder, I couldn't stand properly. T the dragon. Astonishing. This dragon looks exactly like the dragon from the old storybook. I turned around fearfully and saw in front of me a mouth shaped like the dinosaurs I've seen in movies and books. The deep purple of the scales gave the dragon a fascinating air at our first encounter. The appearance of the dragon, which had a somewhat sharp impression, was very majestic. As I was about to be blown away by just his breath, my eyes met with the owner of that mouth. I was interested in the dragon himself, but I couldn't do anything about it now that he appeared in front of me, and this is no ordinary dragon by any stretch of the imagination. Because the size of him is strange. He's big, too big. He was as large as a skyscraper that's lying on the side. Because of his size, his body was completely hitting the rocks on both sides of the valley, but it might have forced its way to pass through since even that rocky hills had been scraped away and were crumbling. Everything was outside of the ordinary. Not only the size of him, but also the atmosphere, everything was overwhelming. Even Yuti, who is stronger than me, as well as Knight and Akatsuki, were stiff and unable to move. And ooh. The dragon in front of me raised his head high in the heavens and once again let the roar that we heard earlier. In the face of such a ridiculous situation, I had only one thought. Yes, I'm going to die. Because no matter what comes to mind, it's impossible. No, I originally hadn't planned on fighting, as Owen-san's request was only to investigate. But we ended up encountering him. As my mind went blank and I couldn't let my voice out, I suddenly heard a voice different from the bellowing I heard earlier. Hey, you puny human over there. Part 2. Hey, you puny human over there. Huh? I looked around hurriedly as I suddenly heard an unknown voice, but there was no one around who seemed to be the owner of the voice. It seemed that not only me but also Yuti and the others could hear it as well, and they all had puzzled expressions on their faces. As we were all looking for the owner of the voice, we heard the voice again. As a puny human, how dare you ignore me? Eh? I didn't think it was possible, but I looked up at the dragon's face. I was looking up towards the sky until my neck hurt. Could it be? You're speaking? Indeed. I'm talking to you. The dragon is talking. What is it, you lot? Is it such a strange thing for me to speak? I wasn't expecting him to really be able to talk, so I reacted in this way. No, It's because this is the first time I've encountered a dragon, so. Humph, I don't want to be compared to those dragons around here, but I can certainly understand and speak your language. Do you know what that means? Huh? That means why you've worked hard to learn the human language, right? What kind of apprehension is that? For some reason, the dragon was tsukomiing at my words. No, because. That's the only thing that comes to mind when being asked if I know what that means. A. That means that if I can understand your words, I can understand all the insulting things that you humans have said about me. I see. What a lack of response. Then, what should I say? Because I by no means have any intent to make fun of the dragon in front of me. Seeing the exchange between the dragon and I, Kaori was shaken up. But for some reason, Yuti looked at me as if she wanted to say something to me. What? Is my reaction that strange? It's not that I couldn't stand the stares by everyone, but for now, I'm going to ask the dragon a question. Can I ask you something? I heard you were asleep at the beginning, but is there any reason why you woke up? Where did that panic of yours earlier go? I felt better after that conversation got derailed. So you're a big shot, huh? At first, I was surprised and thought it was all over, but when I found out that we could communicate with each other, I felt a lot better. If this dragon had intended to kill or eat us in the first place, we wouldn't be here talking right now. Well, that's okay. I was awakened by the annoying smell of the holy and the evil, and now, for the first time in my life, I, who have lived since the creation of the world, I never thought that there was a smell that I didn't even know existed. That smell has lured me here. A smell, you say? You want to feign ignorance, huh? There's a pot lying near you. It's been drifting from there. Huh? I looked at the pot of curry that was miraculously safe from the dragon's roar earlier. You mean this curry? Curry, huh? What's that? It's our meal. The dragon heard my words and, for some reason, frowned. Or rather, the expression on the dragon's face is so easy to understand. Humph, don't talk nonsense. Isn't human food supposed to be either boiled or grilled? Do you think that seasoning it with plenty of salt and spices is acceptable? I nod my head at the dragon's words, which seem somewhat ridiculous. Could it be that he's been asleep for so many years that he doesn't know that human taste buds and seasonings have changed? Sure, it may have been true in the past, but over the years, humans have also developed their own cooking methods and studied various cuisines. Well, in this world, the cooking techniques may not be that well developed yet. In that case, since you are here, would you like to try it? My curry. Then Yuti gave me a sad look at my remark. Yuti. I'll make another one right after giving this dragon the curry. Who? Do you think you're going to get home safely before me? Aren't you gonna let us go? You are somewhat out of tune. Why? I didn't do or say anything strange, didn't I? But even if I were to eat this thing, I wouldn't be satisfied with such a small and insignificant amount of food. What are you going to do? What am I going to do, you said? If you said so. Indeed, the dragon was right. Even if it were the size of a large pot, the amount would be completely lacking, considering the size of the dragon in front of me. In the first place, it's doubtful whether there is even enough for the dragon to taste it. However, there's no better way to deal with this huge body. That's it. Mew. What do you mean? No, I just thought I'd found a way to reduce the size of Dragon-san, so I thought that. Dragon-san? I mean, do you really think there's a way to do that? Yes. As I said that, I took out a certain thing from the item box. It was the pill of large and small changes that was dropped at the time when I got the equipment for Kaori's protection. What? That's not poisonous or anything like that, right? No, it's just a pill to make you smaller. A pill that could make me smaller? Dragon-san brought his huge face closer from the side and stared at the medicine with his big eyes. Humph. How can such a thing make me small? Well, don't say that, you just have to try it. Where's the attitude you had the first time you saw me? When you become too nervous, you become uncomfortable speaking, don't you think? Well, the reason why I've been able to be so carefree is that being nervous isn't practical. Besides, I'd really want to borrow Japanese companies' help and teach Dragon-san that human food is wonderful too. With that in mind, I threw the pill into the mouth of the still vigilant dragon. Incidentally, there were a lot of pills in the bottle, and to be honest, I didn't know how many pills it would take for the effect to appear. But as expected, I couldn't use more without knowing the effects, so I kept it to one. No, in the first place, if it's unused, I'm just saying that you should use it yourself first. Why you? You really made me eat it. The next moment, however, the dragon's body began to glow. What is this? What's happening? Who knows? Who knows? Well, maybe it's like a sign that it's going to start shrinking now. When Dragon-san is panicked at the strange phenomenon of his body, Kaori, who has been watching the course of events until now, asked anxiously. What an amazing light. But is it okay? I think it's going to be okay. When I got the item, the description didn't mention anything that looked like a side effect. Yes, that was one of the main reasons why I used it on Dragon-san without hesitation. With the identification skill, if there are any side effects, they should be properly explained to me. After all, when I examined the Ikakoro grass that Akatsuki brought me when I was collecting medicinal herbs with Lexia-san and Luna, I was properly informed that it was dangerous. Eventually, the light subsided, and there was a small dragon there, about the size that I could carry in my 2 hands. Is it done? Why do you people look down on me? It's because Dragon-san is now small. What? Dragon-san received my words and immediately looked over at his body and was stunned. This is ridiculous. My body is really smaller. Now, you can really taste the curry. No, I mean, that's not it. It's true that if I get smaller, it will let me try the curry, but I can't have it like this. That's okay too. Perhaps, from now on, Dragon-san will be able to change the size of his body at will. What? The dragon's eyes widened as if to say that he couldn't believe my words, but his body began to glow again as he looked up at the sky as if he had decided on something. And when the light subsided, Dragon-san in his original size was present. I really turned back. You really did it. You weren't sure about this? I knew that it was possible to change the body's size thanks to the identification skill, so I didn't think it was impossible to do so. Dragon-san was astonished by my reaction, but soon, when his body glowed again, he changed into a smaller body. Well, fine. No, it's not actually good, but let's not worry about it at this time. Now what's in the pot there? Give it to me quickly. Saying that, Dragon-san snatched the pot of curry I was holding. Then he opened the pot and took in a full breath. As I thought, it's an indescribable smell. But from the color, I can't imagine it's very good. Disagree. Then give it to me. What is it, little girl? This is mine now. I won't give it to you. At this point, Yuti aimed for the curry, but Dragon-san finally stuck his face into the pot. I wasn't expecting him to shove his whole face into the pot, so I was a little worried about him. Zugogogo. I heard what sounded like something being sucked in at an incredible rate. And then. Delicious. This is so good? What is this? What the hell is this? This was a victory for the Japanese companies. I answered with a few words with a proud expression, this is human food. It's curry. This is. Dragon-san froze for a bit, looking greatly surprised, but then began to eat again in earnest. While looking at that figure, I suddenly thought back to my conversation with Dragon-san earlier and decided to ask him. Speaking of which, earlier you said something about the smell of holy and evil, what do you mean by that? Haig. Apparently. It means nothing. The disgusting smell of holy and evil began to fill the world, so my nose woke me up even though I didn't want to. They're spreading disgusting smells. Could it be that Master and the others are causing this? I'm not sure what to say to that fact, and as he ate, he moved his nose around and smelled us as well. I think I can sense some of that smell from the little girl there and from you as well. You guys have a bit of a strange smell. The little girl smells like a mixture of holy and evil. And from you, it's. As he was about to say that much, Dragon-san stopped eating his curry and opened his eyes. Ah, ridiculous. Why do you smell like that guy? That guy? Stop playing dumb. If I say that guy, it's that guy. No, wait, that doesn't make sense to me. Why is it so hard getting through to you? Didn't the humans call him the sage? Eh? I was so surprised by Dragon-san's words that my eyes widened. Sage, you said? You know Sage-san? Huh? I know what he knows, and he should know what I know, too. No, there's a lot of things happening with me at the moment. While telling him about the Earth, I explained to Dragon-san that I became the new master of Sage-san's house and that I had inherited Sage-san's magic circuit. Then, Dragon-san snorted loudly. I see. But I must admit that I've never heard of the existence of a different world. Even though I've been living since the creation of this world. This is the first time I've heard of it. And to create a connection with it. As expected of the sage. Dragon-san muttered with a somewhat distant look in his eyes. What's the relationship between Dragon-san and Sage-san? That's right. I thought we were friends. Eh? But I failed to understand his suffering. I had no concept of lifespan and thought it was foolish to die of old age. But I didn't think that it was his only salvation. With a somewhat sad look on his face, Dragon-san says so. Sage-san's book said that he didn't have any close friends, but there were still those who were worried about him like this. As I was feeling sad about that misunderstanding, Dragon-san finally finished his curry. Poor. That was good. Oh, yes. That's good to know. The moment I was about to say that much, a message appeared in front of me. You have succeeded in taming the Genesis Dragon Part 3. You have succeeded in taming the Genesis Dragon. Eh? What's wrong? I rubbed my eyes involuntarily at the message that appeared in front of me. But no matter how many times I checked, the contents in the message didn't change. I was hesitant to tell Dragon-san about it. Well. Dragon-san, you've been tamed by me. Huh? What did you say? The human food you served was indeed delicious, but that doesn't mean I'll be tamed by its Bin-duan-yi. Dragon-san seemed to have checked his status, and his eyes were popping out. From Dragon-san's words, it seemed to be the undeniable truth that he was tamed. Yuti also froze with her eyes wide open. Kaori didn't understand the meaning of taming, so she just tilted her head in confusion. Knight and Akatsuki didn't seem to be making any particular noise. Why? Why did this happen? What would happen to me now that I've been tamed? I'm sorry? I'm not looking for an apology. You must release me now. Even if you ask me to release you, I don't know how. No, I'm also troubled by taming Dragon-san, too. Why have you tamed me in the first place? I'm sorry, I'm honestly surprised as well. If it's a dragon, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't take him outside on Earth. He might be seen as a rare lizard without the wings, but Dragon-san has magnificent wings and is able to fly. There's no way to deceive others on Earth with regards to that. Besides, speaking of trouble, we originally came here since we heard that Dragon-san has awakened. What? What do you mean by trouble? Although there was a legend that Dragon-san was sleeping in this valley, no one believed it. But recently, with the monsters in the valley suddenly becoming active as if they were fleeing from something and, more importantly, with Dragon-san's roar, people thought that the legend might be true. And if the legend was true, the people were worried about what kind of action Dragon-san would take, as well as many other factors. Humph. Well, it can't be helped if they don't know about me nowadays. After all, it's been thousands of years since I had last been awake. Thousands? Yes. I'm sure that it was the smell of holy and evil that has awakened me, but as you can imagine, sleeping for so long makes me hungry. That is why I ate the monsters which were reasonably close by. And then the other monsters fled from me. I see. There were many things I wanted to say, but the most important part was that this happened after thousands of years, so Sage San was a person from at least thousands of years ago. It's no wonder that people didn't know about him like Dragon San. Although the impact of Dragon San's words was huge, it's difficult to comment on Dragon San's behavior, especially if it seemed to be a bother. Dragon San looked unperturbed and laid down. Humph. So what are you going to do now? Well, I've tamed you, for now, so I thought I should give you a name. You're starting with that? No, it's important too, but personally, I feel that calling you Dragon-san will be just fine. That's no good. If you're going to give me a name, it should be a cool name that's befitting of me. Since Dragon-san asked, I was thinking of ideas for his name again. But rather, is he already accepting that he was tamed? No, it seems much worse. I looked at Dragon-san again and thought. Dragon-san is a majestic figure worthy of being a legendary dragon. His scales are a mixture of deep purple, black, and vermilion, which creates a feeling of luxuriousness. Then how about Uma? Uma? Yes. How should I say this? From Dragon-san's appearance, the word Umegatoki just comes to me. T/N, Umegatoki means twilight, or the time for disasters, similar to the witching hour but not midnight. Whether Umegatoki is in the evening or not, that's the kind of color I am reminded of, so I just explained. Then, Dragon-san mumbled the name I suggested and nodded his head a few times. Uma. Uma. Huh? It's good. I'm Uma from now on. Ah, yes. By the way, what is your name? Although I'm still reluctant, you've at least become my master. Is it not strange to not know your name? Dragon-san. No, Uma-san's words reminded us that we never introduced ourselves, so we hurriedly told him our names. After hearing that, Uma-san nodded again. Yuya, Kaori, Yuti. And then Knight and Akatsuki, huh? When I look around again, there's a few unusual individuals here. Is that so? Don't you realize? Yuya and Yuti have a strange smell which is like a mixture of holy and evil. I don't feel any threat from Kaori, so it's a mystery as to why she is here. As for Knight and Akatsuki, Umu. Looking at these two, isn't it strange that you tamed them? Is that so? I highly doubt it, but do you know of Knight's race? Akatsuki is a bit special, so it's not surprising if you don't know about him. I know about Knight's race, you know. It's Black Fenrir, right? Then, for some reason, it wasn't Uma-san who froze, but Yuti, who was listening in on our conversation behind me. Yuti-san, what's wrong? Kaori. Did Yuya just say Black Fenrir? Why yes. That's right. Knight-san is that kind of wolf. That's two legendary species in one place. I'm puzzled by Yuti, who is holding her head. I don't understand what she meant. Then Uma-san told me with a sigh. It's no wonder that Yuti is like that. Although Knight is not from a species that has lived since the creation of the world. But when it comes to combat power, Black Fenrir is on par with me. The current Knight is just a child and is developing. But I have never heard of a tamed Black Fenrir. Considering how he is tamed and raised by Yuya's hands, he could become the most powerful Black Fenrir in history. I didn't expect Knight to become as strong as Uma-san. Well, since he was in the Great Devil's Nest as a child, I didn't expect him to be weak. Knight, you're a terrific guy, aren't you? Woof. Woof, Fugo. Fugo. Yeah, I know Akatsuki is amazing too. Bui? Fugo. Woof. Knight himself didn't seem to understand my question, and after tilting his head, he snuggled up to my leg. Akatsuki rubbed up against my other leg, showing off that he's amazing too. Well, they're cute, so it's okay. They're cute, so it's not a problem. They're a big shot, you know. It's the same as having a hell of a force. Affirmation. I was nervous about the fight with evil, but with Uma in front of me, and Night growing up, it's safe to say that it would be a waste of time to worry about evil. That's about as strong as a fighting force gets. It is that much. Of course. Who do you think I am? Normally, I am not interested in you humans, so I ignore them, but I can put an end to the conflict between the holy and evil in an instant if I choose to. How? By blowing up this planet. That's blowing things out of proportion. What do you mean by destroying an entire planet? If you do that, you wouldn't be safe either, would you, Uma-san? Then, as if he knew what I was thinking, Uma-san snorted. You may be worried about something trivial, but I can live anywhere. There's no harm in wiping out a planet, it's simply a matter of finding another one. Horrible. Yes, I am. I am one to be feared. I am not one to be tamed in any way. But you have been tamed and. That's why, how VXing. Uma-san lamented incessantly. I don't know even if you ask me that. Nunu. If this cannot be reversed, then I hope it will be more fun than before. If not, my taming is just a loss for me. Yuya, can you satisfy me? Maybe with the Earth cuisine or information about Earth? Ain't that interesting. It'll be okay. Uma-san looked frustrated for some reason, and I brushed it off inwardly. Well. Then, shall we go home? The dragon in question, Uma-san, has been tamed, and if Uma-san was the cause of the monster's activities, everything will be back to normal once he is gone. Humph. If your business was to investigate me, then you're done here. As Yuya says, once I'm gone, the monsters will naturally return here, then everything is fine. Let's go with that. As I was about to say let's go home, Kaori raised her hand timidly. What's wrong? Kaori. That. Uma-san? However, we were asked to investigate the problems, and of course, Uma-san is the cause of all these problems, right? Well, I guess so. I don't know much about the situation on the human side, anyway, said Uma-san. Then, what should we tell the people in the royal capital? And especially to Owen-san, who made this request to us? Said Kaori. I froze at Kaori's words. That's right. Originally, Uma-san's awakening was the cause of much trouble, and Owen-san sent us here to find out if he had awakened. But the most important thing here is that I can't simply say that I took the legendary dragon back with me, can I? What should we do? Well, I guess we'll just have to be honest with him. That's right. I don't know what the reaction will be. But I can't fool him, then I'll just have to be honest. Just when I think we can finally go home, a new problem comes up. But there's no point worrying about it, so I'm dragging my heavy feet to return to the capital. Yuya Dono. Can you repeat it? The one next to me here is the legendary dragon. Yes. After returning to the royal capital, I immediately went to report to Owen-san. But for some reason, I was taken in front of Arnold Summer. It's also that Arnold Summer felt sorry that he had to ask me, a person from another country, to help them out. When the content of the report was about the legendary dragon, he wanted to hear about it in person. That's very courteous indeed. However, because of this situation, the only people in this audience room right now are us, Owen-san, and Arnold Summer. I'd like to say hello to Lexia-san and Luna as well, but they are currently away on official business or something. The princess is very busy, after all. I'm trying to escape from reality, but since I have an unfamiliar dragon with me, Owen-san seemed to have guessed the situation and decided to ask me about it in detail with Arnold Summer. I'm nervous about going in front of Arnold Summer, perhaps even more nervous than when I met Uma-san. It might lead to misunderstanding if I left the situation up to their interpretation, so I honestly reported it to them. As expected, both Arnold Summer and Owen San ended up with headaches. Although I was concerned about Arnold Summer and the others, Cowrie was also very nervous because she was in front of the king. I wanted her to relax somehow, but in front of Arnold Summer was just. On the contrary, Yuti, who had previously attempted to kill the first prince, Rhaegar Summer, was just standing absent-mindedly and did not feel any tension. As I was pondering what to do in this somewhat chaotic atmosphere, Uma-san, the center of this case, opened his mouth as he laid on the ground annoyed. What, human? What is so strange about this me being tamed? No. That's not what. Of course it's strange, said Owen-san. Owen-san tried to butt in Uma-san's good mood, and Uma-san didn't expect to be cut off here and was confused. I don't understand it either. But I can't do anything about it because I've been tamed just like that. It's not me who's strange but him. I was just making a curry. What's to blame is the human food that tastes so good. It's not my fault after all. No, the curry isn't wrong either. Well, that's okay. So, what should I do? What should you do, you ask? Arnold Summer replied to my question with a twitch of his cheeks. Well, this uproar was caused by Uma-san. And it was this dragon. What? I didn't do anything wrong. But you shouldn't have caused trouble for other people, should you? I am a dragon, I don't give a damn about human circumstances. You can communicate with both dragons and humans, so you need to be a little more considerate of their situation. Nunanu. As I explained that to Uma-san, Owen-san and Arnold Summer looked at us with distant eyes. Owen. Did my eyes get screwed up? The legendary dragon is being preached. No, Your Majesty. It's real, it's okay. I am also confused at what I see. Right. Wait, who are you? I am Yuti. You Yuti? Owen, do you know who she is? Well. It's hard to explain, I guess you could say. King. Do not worry about the details. You seem very familiar. Yuti, you stay away, my apologies. She's somewhat out of touch with the world. No, I mean, she's quite spirited. Anyway, isn't the legendary dragon supposed to be bigger? I can't imagine him raising a roar that could make the whole castle tremble from a small body like that. I had no idea that he is the legendary dragon until I led them here, but Yuya Dono said he had an item that allows one to change the size of their body at will. Yuya Dono, who on earth is he actually? It's one question I'd love to know the answer to as well. While Uma-san and I were still discussing, Arnold Summer let out a sigh and continued. So, what do you think we should do? Well, first of all, it would be impossible to eliminate him. Why, you're right. I'm not sure of his abilities, but if the appearance of a mere dragon can cause the majority of our troops to be lost. In addition to being able to communicate with us, he has been alive since the creation of the world. The longer a dragon lives, the stronger and more powerful it becomes in terms of both its magic and its body. No matter how you look at it, this is not something that a country could take on. If that's the case, I'd like to keep Yuya Dono in this country. It's not easy. Yuya Dono is obviously a foreign nobleman or royalty. We really have no choice. No, Yuya Dono can be considered to be a benefactor for Rhaegar and myself. That's why it's best to not ask for cooperation by force. If a country hostile to ours could control the legendary dragon at will, there is nothing we can do about it. Yes. I'm very grateful to Yuya Dono for helping us with this incident. No, I don't know if Yuya Dono's country is friendly to us or not, but at least Yuya Dono is very friendly. To Lexia. Don't trigger your doting parents' foolishness here. But I do think we'll have to leave it all to Yuya Dono. From the beginning, Yuya Dono is outstanding in terms of individual capabilities. It wouldn't be a surprise if a dragon that could easily destroy the country joined as his companions after all this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to continue to live in the great devil's nest. He is truly a mysterious person. The only option is to surrender or be destroyed if the legendary dragon attacks. It is useless to think about it too much. Yuya Dono. Yes? I was in a heated discussion with Uma-san about not bothering humans. Unexpectedly I was approached by Arnold Summer. I mean, what am I doing, neglecting the king like that? I won't be executed for impoliteness, will I? Arnold Summer opened the discussion in a dignified manner to me, who was inwardly scared. Yuya Dono. Regarding that dragon. I'll leave everything to you, Yuya Dono. We cannot make this matter about the dragon public. So I'm sorry that I cannot reward you for your investigation. Of course, we do not demand anything from you either, that's why we leave this up to Yuya Dono. Leaving everything up to me? As I was puzzled by Arnold Summer's words, Owen-san also chimed in. Yuya Dono. I'll tell you clearly. We'll leave it entirely up to you. It's really clear. It's really clear. That's right. No one knows what to do with this legendary dragon, right? In the end, as per Arnold Summer's decision, there was no mention of Uma-san's roar or the damage by the monsters caused by Uma-san's gluttony, and this audience ended. Fortunately, there were no casualties included in the damages caused by the monsters that escaped from the valley, which was probably significant. Nevertheless, too much happened today, and so, in the end, our original goal of showing Kaori around the royal capital could not be achieved. Chapter 4, UT's School Life. Part 1. Okay, everyone, take your seats. We have a new transfer student coming today. After they returned from another world for the holidays, UT's school life at middle school finally began. Everything was new for UT, from putting on her unfamiliar uniform to letting go of the bow she always carried around with her, and so on. Until now, UT had lived alone with her master, the Bow Saint, and had never practiced communicating with humans. Hence, she was worried about whether she could fit into an environment where Yuya and Kaori were not present. However, Yuya and the others were unaware of UT's anxiety because it did not show on her face, nor did she talk about it. With such thoughts weighing on her, as UT waited anxiously in front of the classroom, excited voices could be heard from inside. A new student. Is it a boy or a girl? It will be nice if it's a cute girl. Even if it's a cute girl, you won't be taken seriously by her either, you know? Shut up. Yes, please be quiet. Well then, Yuti-san, please come in. When Yanagi-sensei, the homeroom teacher who would be taking care of Yuti, gave the signal, she entered the classroom with trepidation. Yuti's contact with existences such as Yuya and Kaori made her feel less hatred and fear towards humans than she had when her master died. However, she still had mixed feelings when she considered the fact that humans were partly responsible for her master's death. Still, she was well aware of the fact that the humans here were not responsible for her master's death. Yanagi-sensei, who's in charge of Yuti's homeroom, had a calm personality, which was something that Yuti was grateful for, given her circumstances. The moment Yuti entered the classroom, the previously noisy students all turned silent at once. This made Yuti anxious as if something was wrong with her, but Yanagi-sensei didn't seem to pay it any mind and wrote Yuti's name on the blackboard. Yes, Yuti-san. Please introduce yourself. Affirmative. Yuti gave a small nod and opened her mouth slightly, scanning the students in the class fearfully. I'm Yuti, and nice to meet you, all. Yuti ended up introducing herself in such a simple manner because she didn't know what to say. Then, so cute. The whole class erupted in unison. What? Isn't she incredibly cute? I was expecting a handsome boy, but a girl this cute is totally fine. I'd rather it not be anyone than this girl. She looks like a doll. Yuti, right? Are you a foreigner? The unexpected reactions of the students left Yuti utterly confused. Until now, she had always solved her problems by force, and Yuti didn't know what to do in this situation where her power was ineffective. Besides, Yuti was not used to being welcomed so favorably in the different world, where human beings would not interact in such a way without caution. Yes, everyone. Yuti-san is feeling troubled. If you have any questions, please do so during the break. Sensing that Yuti was uncertain how to react to this reception, Yanagi-sensei put a stop to the students' commotion, and turned to Yuti with a gentle smile. Then Yuti-san, you can sit in that vacant seat. Okay. When Yuti got to the seat shown to her by Yanagi-sensei, she took a breath, then a girl sitting next to her spoke to Yuti. Hey, Yuti-san. I'm Haruna. Nice to meet you, okay. And nice to meet you, too. Yuti was surprised to be approached so abruptly, but Haruna's cheerful atmosphere eased Yuti's nerves a bit. Yuti successfully finished homeroom and started the classes, but a big problem remained. It was confused. I can't understand them. Since Yuti has never studied before, it was only natural that she could not solve even simple problems. Fortunately, Kaori taught her about writing and other things in this world. She also acquired the skill, language comprehension, so she can speak, read, and write without problems, but she struggled in other areas. Although Yuti stumbled academically, she showed her true potential in the following physical education class. In class, the girls were playing basketball, but Yuti didn't understand the rules. Haruna. What's wrong? Yuti-san. Therefore, when she gathered up the courage to talk to Haruna, who was seated next to her, Yuti asked her about basketball. Unknown. I don't know anything about basketball. Really? You mean you've never played it before? Affirmative. I've never seen it before either. Hearing Yuti's words, not only Haruna but the girls nearby were dumbfounded. Why you don't know basketball? Is there such a country? Then, I'll teach you. Fortunately, no one made fun of Yuti for not knowing basketball, and everyone was kind enough to teach her. After listening to the conversation, Yuti understood most of the basketball rules and picked up a basketball that was lying nearby. Confirmation. I have to put this ball through that net. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Can I throw it in from anywhere? Well, yes. But as expected, at this distance is. Yuti lightly jumped up on the spot and threw the ball in the direction of the faraway basketball net. Then the ball went through the net in a straight line without missing a beat. As soon as the ball landed harmlessly on the spot, Yuti turned around to confirm with Haruna, is that correct? However, no one could respond to Yuti's question. Not only the girls, but also the boys who were also taking a class in the gym, and even the teacher opened their mouths in astonishment at Yuti's physical prowess. What's wrong? What was that just now? Yuti-san, is this really your first time playing basketball? Affirmative. No way. Yuti did not know the rules of any sports on Earth, let alone basketball, but no one would believe it after seeing her movements. First, Yuti would confirm the rules and such, and from then on, the actual game will be played. Yuti-san. 3 points again. As a disciple of the Bow Saint, it was no more than a child's play for Yuti to put the ball into an immovable target. The net. Whenever she took a shot, the ball went in. It didn't matter how big the court was for Yuti. However, as soon as people around her realized that Yuti's scoring prowess was extraordinary, the opposing team tried to stop her. We have to stop Yuti-san's shot. Don't let her shoot. If she shoots it, it will go in. Some of them were from the basketball club, and under normal circumstances, if they marked someone in particular, they would have been stuck and unable to do anything. But even this didn't work against Yuti. No way, how come? We can't stop her. Yuti slipped through the group of girls who were trying to stop her and easily escaped from the encirclement. She then received a pass from her teammates. The opposing team was unrelenting and moved in to prevent her from taking a shot. I won't let her shoot. Eh? Then, the schoolgirl who came to stop her widened her eyes in surprise. The reason was that Yuti was not looking at the net and just stood there in a daze. What's more, Yuti then lightly threw the ball, as if she had no thoughts of where the ball would go. Then. What? When did that happen? The ball thrown by Yuti landed in the hands of a teammate who was passing by, and the teammate who received the ball took a shot in a hurry. Yuti had generously used the bow saint technique that she was using when she fought against Yuya and the others. She had predicted where and when her fellow teammates would pass by, and she did the divine work of presenting the ball precisely in line with that. How can we win this? The opponent's dispirited voice unintentionally leaked out, but everyone in the room agreed with their words. After that, Yuti's outstanding performance continued, and the match ultimately ended in a one-sided development. Yuti-san, you're amazing. Is that so? When the physical education class was over, and Yuti was changing back into her uniform, Haruna said with a sparkle in her eye. That's right. And there were also students from the basketball club on the opposite team. Basketball club? Yeah, that's right. Our basketball club is pretty strong, you know. I can't believe you can win decisively against those girls all by yourself. Denial. It's not just me. Everyone's got their shots. No, it was all because of Yuti-san's pass. That's right. Eh? Then one of the students, who was listening in on the conversation between Yuti and Haruna, came to talk to them. She has a short haircut and a somewhat boyish vibe. She approached them while wiping the sweat off her face. Oops, you still don't know my name yet. I'm your classmate Natsuki, nice to meet you. Natsuki. Yeah. And I got beaten up in the game earlier, but I am a member of the basketball club. Basketball club member? Well, Yuti-san beat us one-sidedly. It was because of her support that the other girls were able to score. Well, Yuti-san's passes were so accurate that it's like she knows someone will come there. Affirmative. I know, so I threw the ball. If that's the case, that's really great. Natsuki thought Yuti's words were a joke and laughed. Anyway, since you're so strong, Yuti-san, do you want to join the basketball club? In my opinion, you are most welcome. Question. What is it? Yuti looked at Haruna and Natsuki with a serious expression and tilted her head. Basketball club member, what is that? I know basketball. But I don't know about the club, or club member. At Yuti's words, both of them were perplexed as they did not expect that. However, Haruna, who recovered her senses immediately, asked anxiously. Could it be that there were no club activities where you were before, Yuti-san? Club activity? Oh, there were not, huh? Judging by Yuti's reaction, she could tell. It's so rare that there were no club activities. Right. It's more like, I can't believe there wasn't a basketball club with such a gem of a person, it's such a waste. At Natsuki's words, not only Haruna, but the other girls who were listening around nodded in unison. Unknown. What is this club activity? I don't know what to say about club activities, but I guess it's more like a group of people who get together after school to do sports and other activities that they want, with a similar goal in mind. Difficult to understand. So, do I have to be in a club? Not that you have to, but is there anything you want to do? Affirmative. Yuti nodded in agreement, as she suddenly remembered that she has not touched a bow in this world. Bow? Bow? Maybe you mean Kyudo or archery? T/N, Kyudo is Japanese archery. At Natsuki's words, Yuti looked up vigorously, and excitedly approached Natsuki. Kyudo? Archery? Unknown. Just a bow, can I use it? Why you can use it, but... Yuti-san, are you interested in trying Kyudo or something? Negative. I always use it. You are using it? I'm surprised. Well, maybe you should show up and join the Kudo club or something. What do you think? I'm off today, so I'll show you around if you want. Ah, me too, me too. Yuti nodded vigorously in response to their grateful offer. Okay, then the three of us will go to the Kudo club after school. That's right. Still, I'm a little disappointed that it's not basketball, but I'm also surprised that it's Kudo. Surprised? Why? Because. No, if you've been living abroad, it's not surprising if you know archery. Natsuki muttered to herself, and Haruna asked Yuti a genuine question. Come to think of it, where did you live, Yuti-san? Forest. Huh? Forest. Haruna and Natsuki asked again, but Yuti's answer did not change. Considering Yuti's response, they looked at each other unconsciously. By forest, you mean, a real forest? No, not many people live in the forest in this day and age, right? Maybe it was Aomori Prefecture or something? T/N, Mori equals forest. Ah, it's possible, but it doesn't sound like that's the case, and it looks like you're a foreigner, right? Your Japanese is fluent, though. Surely. The existence of Yuti was becoming more and more of a mystery to them, and they both just nodded their heads. So, where do you live now? Yuya's house. Huh? Yuya's house. Again, not only the two, but everyone who was present was silent. Haruna, who immediately came to her senses, asked fearfully. Wait a minute. Is Yuya someone we also know? In our school, there's a very famous person with the same name. Unknown. But he's in the same school. I think it's called high school. By the way, what's his last name? As I recall. 10, yo. And again, silence. And then. Huh? A scream echoed through the women's locker room. No way. Yuti-san, you live with Tenju-senpai? No, what kind of relationship do you have with Tenju-senpai in the first place? Being alone with Tenju-senpai. I'm so jealous. The barrage of questions that followed made Yuti's eyes go black and white. Did I say something strange? No, it's not strange or anything, but. Is that strange? That's not the point, it's the fact that you are living with Tenju-senpai. What does that mean? Unknown. Not sure. But I'm in Yuya's care. You are not sure? The words that came out of Yuti's mouth one after another stimulated the girl's curiosity. Yuti tilted her head at the sight of the excited girls. Question. Yuya, is he famous? He's so famous, you know. Because it would be crazy not to get a rumor for being so handsome. It's not only that. He also showed off his tremendous physical abilities in the ball game tournament the other day, and more importantly, he cleared out the delinquents who broke into the school before. Oh, that was awesome. He was throwing away the delinquents one after the other. Delinquents? I'm not sure. But Yuya is more than capable for that much. Knowing of Yuya's fighting prowess, Yuti nodded at Haruna and the others' words. I can't say for sure because these are only rumors, but I heard he also repelled a bear that attacked during a field trip. That has to be a lie. Right, Yuti-san? Denial. Yuya, if it's a bear, he can throw it away. Are you kidding me? Haruna and the others were increasingly surprised by Yuti's words. The girls continued to ask Yuti many questions, and they were almost late for their next class. Part 2. I've been unusually anxious all day. The reason for this was. Speaking of which, I hear an amazing girl is joining the middle school. Hair, is that so? She's a foreigner, and now she's the topic in the school. Yes, it's about Yuti. While we're on break, Rio was telling me the rumors about Yuti, but from my standpoint, I couldn't help but be at the edge of my seat. She didn't make any big mistakes, did she? Everything's okay, right? In addition, I'm wondering if Uma-san, who is currently at home in this world, is behaving properly. I managed to explain the situation to Owen-san and the others and brought him home without any problems, but Uma-san is a dragon that is considered a legend in the other world. He would not care about human common sense. Moreover, Uma-san was not happy at first, but his eyes sparkled when he saw the food I had prepared, the tools of earth, and so on. And he finally admitted that I had tamed him. However, the most memorable part of the exchange with Uma-san was going back from the capital, and he saw Sage-san's house. This house would be safe, even if I were hit with a full-fledged strike. That Gaia is the same as always. I mean, his very existence itself is no longer relevant. Sage-san, you are being recognized as an irregularity by this legendary dragon. I was curious about the relationship between Uma-san and Sage-san, so I asked. How did Uma-san and Sage-san meet? The first time we met was a long time ago. As he said that, Uma-san stared somewhere far away. I'm not yet as calm as I am now. I was showing off my power when he suddenly appeared and struck me with a blow. The shock I received at that time is still fresh in my mind. Sage-san, what are you doing? I never felt fear before in my life. However, at that time, I thought I would be killed. But he only lectured me and did not kill me, so, Yuya was the second person to preach to me in my life. I see. I didn't mean to give him a sermon, I was just explaining it to him in a normal, convincing way. Anyway, that's where the relationship between Sage and I began, and we spent a long time together, but he's gone, leaving me alone. The expression on Uma-san's face was somewhat sad as he said that. That's why I was so surprised when I could smell him from Yuya. Your tone and attitude are different, but fundamentally you are similar to him. I've never thought that you would inherit Sage's house, weapons, and abilities. Uma-san, who was about to say that much, widened his eyes when he noticed something. Could it be that he had foreseen this to send me a new friend? That's impossible. But it's that guy we're talking about. Ku. Uma-san? I called out to Uma-san, who was lost in his thoughts, and started mumbling something in a small voice, but Uma-san went directly into Sage-san's house. I wonder what's on his mind. Anyway, thanks to Uma-san, I've gotten to learn about Sage-san a little bit more, and now I understand that he's, as expected, an extraordinary being. But when I think about it, there were shoes in Sage-san's house, which were not made from Uma-san's hide, but from the dragon god. Uma-san's evaluation of Sage-san was not exaggerated. I wonder who he really is. I had been restless all day given the many situations. I felt sick to my stomach just when Cade approached me vigorously. Yuya-kun. Why, yes. Is it true that you live with the new student at the middle school? Oh. I was so concerned about the other world's information and Yuti's uncommon physical abilities that I had completely lost my mind. Therefore, I couldn't react immediately to Cade's words. Involuntarily I froze, and Ryo's eyes widened as well. Yuya, is what Cade says true? Eh? No, that's... Well. Cade, who was approaching me with such vigor, put pressure on me. How should I respond to this? To begin with, how do I explain my relationship with Yuti? As I was frantically thinking of an explanation, I noticed that the hallway was noisy. Not only me, but Ryo also noticed this and turned his attention to the hallway. What on earth happened? The moment Ryo looked towards the corridor, Shingo-kun came in from the corridor, looking flustered. Yuya-kun. You know, that new student is calling you. Hair. As I let out a dumb voice at the unexpected turn of events, Yuti walked into my classroom from behind Shingo-kun. Found. Yuya, there you are. Yuti. When Yuti spotted me, she came toward me without paying attention to her surroundings. Question. What? I can't help but answer spontaneously since she asked in such a straightforward and natural way. Prevention. Yuya, you stopped me from carrying a bow. But in today's physical education class, when I said I wanted to use a bow, Haruna said there was the Kudo club. Anticipation. I wanted to go. Is that okay? I'm just saying it's not safe to carry a bow around with you on a daily basis. If you want to go to the Kudo club, I think it's fine. Exclamation mark really? No reason for me to lie about it, you know. But if Yuti joined the Kudo club, I'm sure she would play a big part in it. Then Yuti gave an unusual little smile, and I froze in place when I saw it. Gratitude. Yuya, thank you. Why yeah. Leaving. Then, I will go now. I think I might be sweating a bit, so prepare for my bath, okay? Bye. After saying just that, Yuti left at her own pace. And the name Haruna was mentioned in Yuti's words earlier. I wonder if she made a friend without any trouble? As I was relieved to hear Yuti's situation, I turned to Cade and the others again. Well, it's about my relationship with the transfer student, right? No, you can't fool us anymore. Right. Of course, if we called each other by name right in front of them, we wouldn't be strangers, would we? I gave up and began to explain, choosing my words as clearly as possible. That girl before is called Yuti, and she's the daughter of an acquaintance of someone that I'm indebted to. Well, that acquaintance had an accident and thus the person I am indebted to had asked me to take care of her because he was busy, or something like that. I don't know if such an explanation was acceptable, but this is the limit of details that I can provide. In fact, although Yuti is not the daughter of the Bow Saint, it seems that they were like parent and child in a sense, so there's no problem in referring to Yuti as the child of the Bow Saint. Otherwise, it would be more confusing if I had described her as someone else's disciple. But she's living alone with Yuya-kun, isn't she? Well, you know. I was also confused by the suddenness of the situation, but since she had nowhere else to go, she said she'd stay out in the wild if I don't take her in. Yuck. I'm so jealous that she can live alone with Yuya-kun. Cade seemed to want to say something, but she groaned as if she couldn't find the words. No, I also agree that there are many problems for a young man and a young woman to live alone. But I can't say that. In the end, I spent an uncomfortable afternoon feeling the eyes of not only Cade but also the other classmates on me. After school, after receiving permission to visit the Kudo club by Yuya, Yuti was led to the Kudo hall by Haruna and Natsuki. When they arrived, their homeroom teacher, Yanagi-sensei, was there, wearing Kudo attire, instructing the students. Yanagi-sensei. Ara? Haruna-san, Natsuki-san? Why are you here? When she was called, Yanagi was momentarily surprised to find Yuti behind Haruna and Natsuki. Yuti-san. Are you perhaps interested in Kudo? It seems like it. But listen, sensei. In physical education class today, we played basketball with Yuti-san, and she was so strong that no one was able to keep up with her, including me. Surprised at Natsuki's words, Yanagi-sensei's calm and gentle eyes widened. Ara, is that true? If that's the case, shouldn't she be joining the basketball club? I know. But it is up to her to decide what club to join. Right? Yuti-san. Yuti-san? Haruna and Natsuki called out to Yuti, but Yuti didn't hear their voices and her focus was drawn to the students who were shooting arrows. At that sight, Yanagi-sensei laughed. Ara, Yuti-san seems to be quite interested in archery. What do you think? Do you want to try to shoot it once? Yanagi-sensei handed Yuti the bow and arrows she was holding, and Yuti finally returned her gaze there and looked at the bow and arrows. When Yuti received them, Yanagi-sensei immediately tried to teach her, but then, Yuti-san. Before shooting it, you need to wear something that makes you comfortable to move. Unnecessary. Eh? Yuti ignored the words of Yanagi-sensei and walked forward slowly, entering the place where the students had just finished shooting. The students who were practicing were surprised to see Yuti and were wondering about what was going on, but Yuti didn't seem to care and stared at the target in the distance and asked Yanagi-sensei behind her. Question. Should I aim at the middle of that target? Why, yeah. It's the target, but it is not so easy. Yuti drew the bow before Yanagi-sensei could finish her words and shot an arrow out carelessly. Yuti shot it in her usual way, which ignored the 8 stages that Kyudo was based on, but the result was clear. The arrow shot by Yuti pierced the middle of the target set directly in front of them, and the people around were all silenced by the sight of it. However, Yuti did not seem to mind at all and continued to shoot arrow after arrow. Wait, Yuti-san. With Yuti's sudden actions, Yanagi-sensei hurriedly tried to call out to her, but her voice did not reach Yuti's ears. And so, Yuti's arrows, one after another, struck the middle of the target in rapid succession, creating a large number of jointed arrows where the arrowhead pierced the previous shot. But that wasn't enough. Yuti enhanced her focus, and as she entered her own world, she fired off arrows continuously. Amazing. I never thought of hitting the center so precisely like that. Isn't it crazy? Hey, look. The back wall is. Are you kidding me? The students who were watching Yuti's performance noticed a problem and began to buzz. It's because the arrows shot by Yuti finally shattered the target and began to penetrate the wall behind it, and then, Haruna and Natsuki, thinking that this was a bad thing, rushed in to stop her. Yuti-san, Yuti-san. Stop, hey, stop. Ha! Haruna and Natsuki's voice finally reached Yuti, as she decisively fired one last arrow to a place where there was not even a wall anymore. After finishing, Yuti turned to Yanagi-sensei and the others with some excitement. Satisfied. However, no one was able to comment on Yuti's actions, ability, or excessive randomness. In fact, no one expected the target, or even the wall, to be broken down, so they didn't know what to say. Yuti tilted her head at the lack of response, but she suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling inside her body. It was a sense of discomfort that could only be felt because the nerves had been sharpened by the concentration that had been in place until a moment ago. This sensation is evil? Although she was aware of the discomfort, Yuti decided not to worry about it, as there was nothing particularly wrong with it. Rather than that, right now, her being able to shoot arrows at school was satisfying. When Yuti nodded in satisfaction, Yanagi-sensei finally came to her senses and muttered to herself. J-jointed arrow. Even one arrow is expensive, though. No, more importantly, what do we do about the target and the wall? That's also true. Yuti did not understand the meaning of Yanagi-sensei's words, because until now, she had prepared arrows and targets on her own. Now, finally, the red eyes, which glow strangely in the dark space, laugh happily. I wondered what would happen to me because of that damned pig. But it was worth it to persevere somehow. And the red eyes stare upwards. You're no longer needed. Once I recover a bit more, I'll snap out of here. And the red eyes melted into the darkness. Chapter 5, The Power of Evil. Part 1. Now, let's start training seriously today. Woof. Fugo. About a week after Yuti started school, I decided to intensify my training, as the situation had finally started settling down. The reason for this was that with the fight with Yuti, I realized I was not strong enough. I knew that if I kept things as they were, I wouldn't be able to feel safe in the other world. It's not that I'm interested in having great power, but I've been caught up in the battle between the holy and the evil, and gotten involved with Yuti's case. Sigh. I wish I could be in peace in the other world, but not everything goes the way I wanted. Woof. Booey, booey. Knight and Akatsuki put their paws on each of my legs as if to comfort me in my depression. They are adorable. Just as their appearance began to soothe me, I suddenly realized. Huh? Speaking of which, where is Uma-san? To be honest, another reason I decided to train this time was because of the appearance of a super powerful entity in my vicinity, Uma-san. Although Master Usagi is also powerful, he would come over and teach us about kicking, then take a magic lesson from me and go away again. For this reason, I'm very thankful to have a super strong presence who is always present. Answer: Uma-san, he's sleeping. When I turned around, I saw Yuti standing there. What's wrong? Earlier I heard that you're going to study. That's right, although Yuti was able to perform well in physical education classes at school, she couldn't keep up with the other classes. Now she not only prepares and reviews for the classes at home but also studies the contents from elementary school. Luckily, the act of learning itself seems to be fun for her, and Yuti is constantly absorbing more and more knowledge. I've always hated studying, but that's about the only thing that I could reflect on through my efforts. I do study properly now. Although I had properly tried dieting and doing muscle training all my life, I never lost any weight nor gained any muscle until I leveled up. To my question, Yuti told me with a straight face. Training. I'm going to be Yuya's partner. Discomfort. Since yesterday, I've been feeling strangely unwell. That's why I move around. So you want to take a break from studying? How did she jump to the conclusion to move her body? Negative, I feel restless when I'm not moving. My chest is all buzzing. Even though you say it's buzzing, it's just. I had been a disciple of the Bow Saint before Yuya learned about it. Seniority. That's why I'm going to take care of Yuya, too. Huh? I appreciate that, and it's good if you want to move around and maintain your body condition during your break. By the way, is Uma-san really sleeping? Affirmative. After lunch, he said he felt sleepy and went to sleep. He really does as he pleases. Ever since Uma-san arrived at my house, he has been lazing around at home, eating and sleeping all the time. Although, he has always praised all the food I cook for him as being delicious. If it were up to me, I'd take him outside the house, but that would cause a big commotion, so I had no choice but to ask him to endure. This is why it's difficult for me to complain about Uma-san's slovenly life of eating and sleeping. To begin with, he is a strong legendary dragon, so there is no need to train him. Well, if that's the reason, then it can't be helped. So is Yuti going to help us? Affirmative. There are other reasons I mentioned earlier. But I want to practice, too. Even now, the buzzing in my chest is getting stronger and stronger. What does it mean? At the moment I was about to say that. Yuti. Suddenly, Yuti was in pain and collapsed in place. When I held her in my arms, her eyes opened widely. And her eyes were completely bright red. What? It took a long time, but I recovered and finally got out. I hear two overlapping voices coming from Yuti's mouth. Night steps in between Yuti and me to separate me away from her. En Night? Fugo. Then, not only Night but also Akatsuki showed signs of alertness, so I turned my gaze once again to Yuti. Then Yuti stood up unsteadily and looked at me with her red eyes. Hey, don't stare at me like that. I'm your precious friend, aren't I? What are you talking about? Who the hell are you to begin with? You're not Yuti. The body and appearance were completely that of Yuti, but the Night and Akatsuki's reaction made me realize that the person inside was entirely different. In response to my question, someone in Yuti's appearance grinned and said, "Is this vessel really that important to you? Then, I'll give it back to you." Exclamation mark. In the next moment, a black haze erupted forcefully from Yuti's body, and it gradually took shape. The black haze that escaped from Yuti's body took a form which looked exactly like Yuti's, becoming a black Yuti, so to speak, in contrast to the characteristically white Yuti. Yuti. Nay? I'm evil. Well, I'm just a piece of it. Whereas Yuti had characteristic white hair and white eyes, the black haze that escaped from Yuti's body was similar to Yuti in shape, but the hair was black, and the eyes were red. When the black haze the evil had escaped from Yuti's body, Yuti suddenly lost her strength and collapsed on the spot. Yuti. Oops, it makes me sad that you are ignoring me. With a grin, the evil in Yuti's appearance produced a bow from its body and shot an arrow at me. Uck. Woof. Fine. That blow was comparable to Yuti, the disciple of the bow saint, and if I had continued to stand there in a daze, I would have been killed. However, the evil looked down at its own hand bitterly. TSK. It's already made me so exhausted with just one attack. I've got to find the next host as soon as possible. A new host? My guess is that this black haze is the evil power in Yuti's body. As for why it came out of Yuti's body, I suppose. Why are you coming out of Yuti's body now? Oh, of course, that's because she's no longer useful, you know? No longer useful? Yeah. She was pure and full of dreadful negative emotions. You guys have ruined it, you know. That's why I waited to recover my powers and came to seek out a new host like this. The evil laughed and stared at Yuti, then produced an arrow in its hand and aimed it at Yuti. Well, let's get rid of the unnecessary stuff quickly. Ha! I won't let you. I instantly equipped my Bloody War Demon series with the effect of Bracelet of Replacement in an instant. While at it, I also took out my Omni Sword and immediately activated my Magic Attire. I was able to instantly move between Yuti and the evil. Then, after catching the blow from the evil, I cut at it immediately. That attack was easily avoided. But Akatsuki was waiting for it and activated his Sanctuary skill. Bui. Ha! You succeeded when I was still inside that immature host, but it's not strong enough to deal with me, a pure piece of evil, pig. Bui? Woof. What's more, as Akatsuki was shocked that Sanctuary didn't work, the evil shot an arrow at Akatsuki. As such an attack is unavoidable for Akatsuki, I hurriedly tried to rush over to him, but Knight, who was waiting nearby, instantly took Akatsuki in his mouth and left the spot. Woof. Fugo. Buiai. Woof woof. Akatsuki, who was now somehow safe, thanked Knight, but he was depressed that his Sanctuary didn't work. Thus Knight comforted him. I was also surprised to find that Akatsuki's Sanctuary failed. But, from the word of the evil, it seems to be related to the host or something, if the immature host it described was Yuti. I think Akatsuki's power could keep it in check when it's inside a host, similar to the time when it was in Yuti. If so, the evil in front of me now couldn't be suppressed unless it is inside someone's body. As I was thinking about this and that, and the evil glared at Yuti again. TSK. I thought about destroying this useless vessel as soon as possible, but it would be a waste of my energy to do so. Then I guess I should get out of here quickly. What? Do you think I'll let you go? Hey, are you trying to beat me? That's. To be honest. I mean, it's pretty tough. I have already used the Magic Attire technique a while ago, so there is no other way to catch it off guard. Besides, if it's true that it has stayed in Yuti's body, it should have some idea of my moves. I couldn't answer its question, and as it had implied, this was the only answer. Its smile deepened. Humph. Then, I will quickly get out of here and seek out a more suitable host. Wait. At this rate, the power of the evil is really going to escape. There will be more people like Yuti who will be corrupted and run amok. That has to be stopped at all costs. As soon as I thought of this, I naturally replied. Then use me. Woof. Bui? Who? At my suggestion, the evil gave a wicked smile that lived up to its name. Sure, I was watching from inside Yuti, but you're that rabbit's apprentice, aren't you? You looked pretty strong and the stronger the host, the better. Well, whether you can fit in or not is another matter. As the evil stared at me to observe me, Knight and Akatsuki seemed agitated at my suggestion, but I did not say that without a plan. If a host is greatly affected by this evil power while it is in the host, I thought that by putting it in my body, it could be suppressed by Akatsuki's sanctuary. But my plan seemed to be noticed by the evil as well, and the evil deepened its smile. By putting me in your body, you're planning to suppress my power with you. But, even Yuti couldn't hold me down. Nevertheless, as soon as it said that, the evil eye was blazingly bright and the dark haze came into my body at once. You will regret how naive your idea was. Gah. Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki tried to prevent the evil from entering my body, but the process was over in an instant. Then, a somehow unpleasant force swirled around inside my body, as if trying to invade my body from the inside. What a stupid guy. How dumb of him to give himself up. The evil power that jumped into Yuya's body made a vicious smile inside Yuya. The idea of containing me inside his own body wasn't a bad one, but how could he think that? I don't have any countermeasures after all this time. Not only was the evil power restored while inside Yuti's body, it also took measures to avoid repeating the same mistake the next time. Well, there is a limit as to what I can do. If his very soul is dyed black, he might die. As the evil power said, if Yuya's soul itself had become pitch black due to the influence of the evil power, then purifying it with Akatsuki's sanctuary would end up erasing Yuya's heart itself. Now, let's dye this guy's soul black right away. While licking its own lips, the power of the evil reached out to Yuya's soul. But what's this? The power of the evil couldn't help but shout. Because, what the hell is this? I've never seen a soul like this. It's all white. There is not a single black stain. What am I supposed to do with this? It's also unexpected for the evil. There was not a single black stain in Yuya's soul that could be used as a catalyst to influence it. No way. I can't do anything with this. In order for the evil power to corrode the heart of the other party, the soul of the host needs to contain dark factors. In order to turn the soul dark, negative emotions are required in order to instigate corruption. But Yuya, who is gentle in nature, has no negative emotions. So to speak, he has no factors for the evil to manipulate. Therefore, the evil can't touch Yuya's soul devoid of any dark elements. This can't be happening. I have to get out of here quickly. The evil power desperately tried to escape from Yuya, but the surroundings were as blank as Yuya's soul, and it found itself trapped without a way out. Oh, hey, are you fucking serious? The evil was dumbfounded and realized that its power was nearing the limits. I can't do anything about this. Haha, how can there be such a person? The evil was unable to do anything inside of Yuya and gave up powerlessly. Part 2. Huh? Woof. Fugo. The evil entered my body and the dangerous presence swirled within my body, but it subsided in an instant. And the next thing I knew, nothing happened. I had Akatsuki remain on standby with sanctuary, in case something went wrong. Maybe. I don't need it? That's right. I can't believe there are people like you in this world. God damn it. Suddenly, I heard the evil's voice from earlier, and I hurriedly looked around, but I could not find it. Then suddenly, I felt as if the inside of my body was being struck. What is actually happening? That's because I'm here. Inside of me? That's right. That's right. I'm the one who let it into my body. I'm kind of scared. Would you mind if I ask Akatsuki to use his skills to purify you? I don't want that. Why should I choose to disappear voluntarily? Well, no one wants to disappear, do they? I don't know if I can call it a person though. While I ponder about that, the evil shouted in a shifty manner. I thought I would take over your body from your soul, but I couldn't do anything with a soul that didn't harbor any negative emotions. I'd rather be inside that woman lying there. Right. Yuti. The evil's words reminded me of Yuti's condition, so I rushed over to her. After a short groan, she quietly opened her eyes. Where is this? It's in my house garden. Are you okay? Affirmative. My body aches a little. But I feel better than before. Yuti inspected her body as she struggled to stand up on her feet. Then, when I explained to her about the events with the evil that had just occurred, she said, "Understood. The black mist, a piece of the power of evil. I wanted to take revenge on the evil, and the evil sensed it, so it came out of my body." I see. Question. Is that power inside you now? Well, yeah. When I answered, Yuti's eyes widened, and then her expression immediately clouded. Worried. Are you okay? She looked up at me with a somewhat anxious look. I wish I could reassure her, but to be honest, I don't know. There's nothing unusual at the moment. Although that evil talked to me from inside my body, it seemed to have failed in taking over my body. I mean, is it really possible for an evil to talk to you when it is inside your body? Affirmative. I heard that voice all the time, too. I kept hearing that voice telling me I should take revenge on humans, that I should hate them, etc. Whoa. It must be sickening to hear those voices all the time. Result. I couldn't ignore the voices. And I couldn't suppress my revenge. Well, if it's being this loud, I guess I can't ignore it either. What do you mean by too loud? That's what I mean. However, it seemed that Yuti could not hear the words of the evil, and she spoke with a serious expression. Prediction. It has been inside of me for a long time. Perhaps that's why it took on my shape. It is now inside Yuya. It will call out to you. I see. The evil's power has been inside Yuti for a long time, so maybe Yuti's form was the easiest for it to create. Even so, while that form was a complete replica of Yuti with minor changes in hair and eye color, it could be made to look much more human. When I thought of such a trivial thing, Uma-san came out to the garden while yawning. Fuwa. Somehow, there's something strange going on here, Yuya. Uma-san. Uma-san started calling me by my name since he started loitering at my house. In the beginning, he called me Kid, you, and quite a few other names, so I'm kind of moved by the change. I used to smell the evil from Yuti before. But now I smell it from Yuya. What the hell did you do? Asked Uma-san while sniffing me. That's. Although I told Uma-san about what just happened, he didn't seem very interested and gave a big yawn. Fuwa. Good grief, those evil bastards only do unnecessary things. What do you think? Should we just go and destroy them? Oi, could it be that? That guy is the legendary dragon? Said the evil with a surprised voice. Huh? What about it? Then, I noticed that the evil who was so noisy inside me before had been very quiet in front of Uma-san. So I involuntarily called out to the evil inside me, and it replied with an impatient tone. Why you? It is not fair to call on the legendary dragon. Or rather, the legendary dragon really exists? Not fair, you said. Well, I can only say that it does exist. As I don't know what the evil is planning, it can't be that big of a deal when Uma-san is by my side, right? Uma? No one thinks that the legendary dragon actually exists? That's not surprising. We thought so too at first. While I'm talking with the evil, Uma-san turned his back and went back into the house. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go through all that trouble. I don't give a damn about human circumstances. What do you mean you don't care? But if you try to mess with this house, I'll. Think about it. Uma-san. I hadn't expected him to say that, so I was unexpectedly touched as Uma-san left quickly, looking embarrassed. Then, just before entering the house, Uma-san seemed to remember something. He turned around and called out to me. Yuya. Yes? Don't let that evil take over your soul. Eh? If you're captured by it, you'll die. I will die? No, I know it's a dangerous power, but. While I was surprised, Uma-san snorted. Well, if you know how to use it, you can get stronger. At the very least, you should make an effort to use it to your advantage. After saying that, this time, Uma-san entered the house. I can use it, you said. How can the evil power be used to my advantage? Who would want to be used by you? Excuse me. Uma-san, this evil is. Yes, I understand. Of course, it'll be up to you, but it seems like some people can master it. Oh wow. To my surprise, the evil power seems to be something I can use at will. Even so, it's convenient in the sense that I can make it cooperate in a straightforward manner just by mentioning Uma-san's name. You're a demon. Or rather, you're a fraud. How can your soul be so white with that attitude? I don't know about that either. Putting aside the curses that the evil is spitting out, I asked Yuti. Uma-san said that I can learn to use the power from the evil. Do you know how? Unknown. I know how to activate it. But I can't use it. It's out of control. Then can you tell me how to activate it? I feel like it's better to know in case of an emergency. When the original owner of this evil power, the so-called main body, attacked us, I could do nothing with my current power alone. Therefore, it's important to know about this power to prepare for this threat in the future. And if the evil power inside me goes out of control, I might be able to restrain it with my own power. These days, in addition to the usual muscle training and practice with Master Usagi, I've been doing many things, like the magic attire. Now I'll even be adding another training to master the evil power. To be honest, I don't know how much time I have left today. But considering the events that occurred, I was indeed tired. Yuti was supposed to accompany me in my training, but I'm worried that having lost the evil power might affect her in some way, so I think we should just rest for the day. Just as we were about to enter the house following Uma-san, something suddenly fell from the sky into my garden. My garden had some kind of barrier put up by Sage-san, so whatever fell was supposed to be harmless to us, but we were startled by the sudden intrusion, but when the dust cloud cleared, a familiar face appeared. Master Usagi. It's been a while. It was Master Usagi, who we hadn't seen for a long time. Master Usagi tried to approach us, but sensing that something was off, he distanced himself from me. Master Usagi. Answer me. Why is there a presence of evil coming from your body? I cringed from the tremendous killing intent from Master Usagi, but Master Usagi shifted his gaze to Yuti and gave her a suspicious look. Why is the presence of evil drifting out from Yuya, but the presence of evil in Yuti has disappeared? That's. I managed to endure the pressure from Master Usagi and explained what had happened. Then. You are the most idiotic person in the history of humanity. How can you offer yourself? I had no words to reply. When I thought about it, I could have done more. But the spur-of-the-moment decision to give myself up can be called a stupid move. But I didn't agree with being the most idiotic person in the history of humanity. Master Usagi sighed as he erased the intimidation he had been directing towards me. You haven't even mastered a single power yet, and yet you keep trying out new things one after another. You are absolutely right, sir, though what was unexpected was that the evil power that entered you couldn't do anything to you. This can be considered good news. If you can master its power, it will undoubtedly help you. But don't let it steal your soul. I'll be careful. I can't begin to imagine what kind of situation would let the evil power take my soul, but I'll be careful. As I was reminded of how vicious and difficult it is to handle this power inside, I suddenly asked something that caught my attention. Speaking of which, did you come here for something? Well, I had some business around here. So I wanted to drop by and check on you. Business. There's no need for you to worry about it. Just work hard on your training. Yes. I don't really understand, but if he says so, I shouldn't ask about it. Well, as long as Master Usagi was aware of the situation, there's probably nothing wrong. As soon as I came to this conclusion, Master Usagi turned his back on me. Well, sorry for the interruption, and then he jumped up into the air, and just like before, he used the air as a foothold and flew away. After leaving Yuya's house, Usagi moved about in the sky above the Great Devil's Nest for several days. And as he moved through the air, he recalled a certain piece of information which was the reason for his visit this time. Fist Saint. The Fist Saint, who also bore the name of Holy, had fallen to the evil, and at this very moment, he was still continuing the holy hunt to kill the Holy One after another. Usagi, who was the top of the kicking world as the Kicking Saint, had always competed with the Fist Saint who was the top of the hand combat world. In order to stop this, Usagi was on his way to find the Fist Saint. And now, it seems that the Fist Saint has also been looking for Usagi and was informed that he was in this Great Devil's Nest. That's why Usagi spent many days looking around the vast land of the Great Devil's Nest from the sky, searching for the Fist Saint. After moving around in the sky for a while, a tremendous killing intent struck Usagi suddenly. Ugh! In response to that killing intent, Usagi stopped abruptly by unleashing a powerful kick against the direction of movement to change directions in midair. And then he plunged at breakneck speed at the source of that killing intent. And then... Gilbert. Yo, Usagi. There stood the Fist Saint Gilbert Fister, with a fearless smile on his face. Chapter 6, Awakening. Part 1. Sigh. After the evil power had resided in my body, I began the training to master it, as Uma-san and Master Usagi had suggested. Of course, I couldn't neglect the other training I had been doing up until now, so I had to do them simultaneously. But that didn't help me improve much. Rather, there was not even a sign that this would even work. Puya. I can't use it at all. I can't get any stronger like this. When I muttered that to myself, the evil inside me called out to me in a mocking tone. It's just impossible for you, you know? Why? If it's because of you, then I'll tell Uma-san. Do not bring the legendary dragon into this right away. If you're going to play the legendary dragon, you should do so more sparingly. Even if you say so. And it's not my fault that you can't use this power, it's because your soul is too pure. Huh? What do you mean? That reaction is exactly what I mean. I don't understand. For the time being, the training to master the evil ended, and the next part was training with Yuti. After a short break, I called out to Yuti. I'm ready now. Roger. Just come at me whenever you want. The training with Yuti was to fight while maintaining my magic attire. And then, I'm coming. I sprinted ahead from the spot while equipping my absolute spear, and thrusted it out. Naive. Yuti lightly dodged the attack and proceeded to shoot a tremendous amount of arrows. Are you serious? I desperately dealt with it with my absolute spear, but each blow was heavy considering the arrows were made of wood, and I couldn't move forward from there. How about this? I rotated the absolute spear, with one hand above my head to prevent the arrows from raining down, and pointed my other hand at the ground. And immediately, while imagining the eye of a typhoon in my mind, I activated the magic. Just as I had imagined, the magic was activated as a violent wind blew around me. Thanks to that, the arrows were deflected, and I took this opportunity to close in on Yuti at once and threw the absolute spear at her. Furor. However, Yuti skillfully caught the attack with an arrow in her hand, deflecting the impact and parrying the attack. But the purpose of my attack was not to inflict damage using the absolute spear, but to create a momentary opening. Omni's sword appeared in my hand and I slashed at Yuti, who had shown an opening. Useless. You can't reach me with that. What? And then, Yuti sped up her actions further and escaped from my attack without difficulty. When it comes to evasion, Yuti, the disciple of the Bow Saint, was unrivaled, and I could not even get close to her. Although in the end neither of us fell, no matter how I looked at it, I probably lost. I was overwhelmed the whole time. As I sat down to take a break from the training, Yuti approached me. Yuya. Not good. Yuya, you're not serious. I think I was serious enough. Affirmative. That you are. What, Yuya, you haven't used your evil power yet. Oh, yeah? But I can't use it yet, so. Final goal. Combine the evil power with the power of the magic attire that you have been using in the earlier battle. With that reason, you can use the power of evil. I know that, but. I laid down on the ground and called out to the evil residing inside me. I really don't know why I can't use your power. Do you really want to use my power that badly? Well, you know. There are more powerful existences than I had expected in this world, and the more ways I have to protect myself from them, the better. And since you're inside me now, why don't we fight together? Ha, you know what? Your soul is the opposite of mine. I'm not sure I can fight with someone like that. We're not compatible to begin with. Is that so? I'm really enjoying talking to you like this, and I don't think we're incompatible. Humph. Hearing my words, the evil was silent for a moment and then opened its mouth again. I don't know, but I think it's not that bad to live with you either. After I obtained the evil power, I began to train to use it, and I spent some time with evil for a while. I noticed that it did not try to take over my soul whenever it had a chance, as it did in the beginning. On the contrary, it was interested in everything I did and even enjoyed the unknown world of Earth with curiosity. And it's not just you, it's this other world called Earth that I enjoy. I think that's also the reason the legendary dragon is attached to you, because he can see your world that we don't know of living in this world. It seems like the battle between holy and evil is just a small conflict. I wish your main body felt the same way. No, that's impossible. My main body is the accumulation of negative emotions from the world itself. Compared to that, I'm just a speck of dust, so it's relatively easy for me. It's not easy for me, though. I couldn't help but wish that the main body of the evil could be as reasonable as this one. Well, whatever. I'll leave it at that for now and go back. I've finished all my daily training. Affirmative. Rest is important. I was about to head back home with Yuti, as well as Knight and Akatsuki, who had been playing in the corner of the garden while we were training when it happened. Huh? Grr. What's wrong? Suddenly, Knight and Yuti stopped and looked sharply at the entrance of the garden. Then. What? A tremendous roar rang out near the house. What happened? Unknown. But that was definitely the sound of battle. Battle? I've never heard such a roar before, even though this was one of the most dangerous places in the world. What in the world is fighting? Unknown. But if it continues like this place is in danger. Yuti? As soon as she said that, Yuti, who didn't know about the protection around Sage-san's house, suddenly ran towards the sound. We're coming too. Woof. Bui? In addition to Knight, who was already prepared, I took Akatsuki, who had been lazily rolling around, into my arms and followed after Yuti. It's probably better for Akatsuki to stay at home since he's not a good fighter, but if this sound was from another evil opponent, we could do nothing about it without Akatsuki. As I began to chase after Yuti with that on my mind, I realized that I had left Uma-san behind at home. Oh, no. I should have asked Uma-san to follow us too. I was about to say that, but then I changed my mind. I don't think that Uma-san would come. It is likely that he is currently sleeping inside the house on Earth, and because he is a dragon that could sleep for thousands of years, once he is asleep, he does not wake up easily, and even if he's awake, he wouldn't be interested in a conflict by humans or the battles between the holy and evil in the first place. I deployed my magic attire at once, and caught up with Yuti at top speed. You came. Yes, I came, but don't go too far ahead. You'll make me worry. I'm sorry. In my words, Yuti's eyes widened slightly, and then she muttered softly as she looked away. As we ran through the great devil's nest in silence, I suddenly noticed an oddity. There are no monsters? I usually ran at my top speed like this, and monsters would attack me regardless. But for some reason, we hadn't encountered any monsters since a while ago. It seemed that Yuti had also noticed this point, and she had a similarly suspicious expression on her face. As I continued with my inexplicable anxiety, we finally reached the source of the sound. And, oh, who are you? You, yeah? Master Usagi? There was a man with dreadlocks who had the dark aura of evil emanating from his body. He was grabbing the battered Master Usagi by the neck. The situation was so unrealistic that not only me but Yuti and the others also froze. Then, the man threw the Master Usagi away from his grasp carelessly. Ha! I see, so this is your favorite disciple, huh? You should not touch. Yuya. What? You shouldn't have the right to order me around when you're weaker than me. The man stomped on Master Usagi. You. Don't. Come. Why? When I tried to run to him immediately, Master Usagi shouted with all his voice. Get out of here, right now. Get out from here, you say? I can't do that. Yuti, I'm going to attack him, so you have to support me. You can't. Huh? I couldn't believe the words that came out of Yuti's mouth, and I looked at her. She was looking at the man, shaking and wobbling. Not only Yuti, but even Akatsuki and Knight looked frightened of the man. What's going on, guys? Yuya, can't you see? He's dangerous. It's nothing compared to Master, the Kicking Saint, or any of the others. He's a monster. Monster, you said? When I was utterly confused by Yuti's words, the man snorted, looking down at me. Ha! Usagi. I wouldn't have thought that your disciples would be someone who couldn't even tell the difference in strength between us. Huh? Ga? You. The moment I couldn't stand it any longer and was about to charge at the man who was stomping on the Master Usagi as if to torture him, the man gave me a very stern look. Annoying. The killing intent from that one word made me fully aware of the situation, and the difference in power between us. I was unable to move because I couldn't stop my body from trembling from that killing intent. Ah. A dangerous guy has come. That guy is one of the most intractable troublemakers among the evil, you know. Well, you're out of luck. Huh? What do you mean? He's a very different kind of user of the evil than Yuti. He's kind of a monster. Even the words of the evil inside me sounded terribly distant to me. The man seemed to have lost interest and looked down at the Master Usagi as my body remained motionless with fear. Oh, you're so pathetic. I will kill you in front of the disciples that you are teaching with your all. Coup. Nevertheless, I was expecting to have more fun with this. This was a huge disappointment. Hey! Ga. The man pulled away the foot that he had been stomping Master Usagi with, and kicked him straight in the face. What do you think of my kicking from the eyes of the famous Kicking Saint? It's okay, right? Ah? He grabbed the ear of the rolling Master Usagi and forced him to stand up while smiling disgustingly. Stop it. Well, don't worry. After killing you, I'll quickly dispose of the other people here as well. Hey, I'm kind, aren't I? I think it's better to get rid of the trash without leaving behind a speck of dust. Right? So, at least as an effective use of garbage, after I've played around with you, I will cleanly erase you. Stop. It. As I said. A small fry has no choice. The man stomped on Master Rabbit over and over again. Stop it. Why can't I get my body to move? Oh yeah, I've got an idea. How about I kick you to death, Usagi? That way, I'll be the one to take the title of the Kicking Saint. Woohoo! I'm a genius, aren't I? Right? Uck. Hey, Hey, what's your answer, hey? The man relentlessly kicked Master Usagi over and over again. It must be very humiliating for Master Usagi, who bore the title of the Kicking Saint. It's boring if you don't respond. Okay, I'll kill you now. The man simply declared and fixed his gaze to us again. Hey, take a good look, okay? This is the moment when the Kicking Saint is kicked to death by me, and the moment that the new Kicking Saint is born. The man raised his foot vigorously and swung it down without hesitation. For that brief moment, the world in front of me slowed, like a revolving lantern. Stop it, please stop it. Move, please move. Why can't I move? Why can't I move while Master Usagi is being attacked? What's with this man in front of me in the first place? He's the one who beat Master Usagi up like that. I will never forgive him. While Usagi was about to be kicked to death by the Fist Saint, the evil power inside Yuya was relaxing. No, it's really bad luck. Yuya is different from that little girl called Yuti. That girl is completely compatible with the power of evil. Besides, she has the ability to be a holy too, which is another good thing. The evil power inside Yuya is laying around, muttering boringly. I've been having fun lately, but my life here is coming to an end. If Yuya is killed, I'll have to find another host. What a pain in the ass. The evil power muttered and sat down powerlessly. No. As expected. It's boring. The evil power inside Yuya said so. Although Yuya and the evil power were supposed to be incompatible to begin with, a bond was undoubtedly created. That's why it felt pleasant to try the new emotions that sprouted in it, who had only experienced being a part of the evil until now. It's a bit sad, isn't it? That we have to part ways here, with him as your opponent. At that moment when the piece of evil muttered emphatically, the inside of Yuya, which was supposed to be a pure white space, was suddenly dyed black at a tremendous speed. What is it? The darkness swallowed even the evil power that had been relaxing. What's going on? The evil power was perplexed by the situation that it had never experienced before, but it understood the feelings that Yuya currently has. Hey. I've never seen anything like this in my life, not even in Yuti. What's with this pitch-black soul? On top of that, the evil power smirked at the darkness of Yuya, as it was trying to sink itself even deeper into the depths. Well, that's fine, Yuya. Normally, I would have taken over you at this point, but this time I'll lend you my power and you can use it to your advantage. In return. And the red eyes of the evil power glowed suspiciously. I won't forgive you if you lose. Part 2. Farewell, Usagi Eai. The Fist Saint's kick was swung down with great force. Although he was not an expert at kicking, the Fist Saint's kick was still filled with terrifying power. Not only Yuti, but Knight and Akatsuki were also unable to move due to the killing intent and intimidation from the Fist Saint. Everyone expected this to be the end of Usagi's life just like that. But... Huh? Yuya? Outside of everyone's expectations, Yuya intervened by stepping in between Usagi and the Fist Saint, and stopped the kick with his bare hands. Moreover, the aura of evil was overflowing from Yuya's body much like the Fist Saint. While Yuti and the others were surprised by this sudden turn of events, the Fist Saint became grumpy at once. Hey, you bastard! Know your place, small fry. Who permitted you to touch me? Ooh? And then he kicked out with his other foot, trying to knock away Yuya, who was holding onto his foot. However, Yuya dodged the attack while releasing the leg of the Fist Saint. What? Yuya turned his back on the Fist Saint and hugged Master Usagi, as though the Fist Saint did not exist. Oh oi! You bastard! What are you doing? I said, what are you doing? I'm asking you. Being ignored was something that hurt his pride, and the Fist Saint raised his fist while shouting. That fist instantly exceeded the speed of sound, and the shockwave surrounding it blew away the surrounding trees and ground as it approached Yuya. But what? Yuya stared emotionlessly at the attack and dodged it without difficulty. What's going on here? You bastard, did you hide your abilities until now? Ah? It's amazing. I'm filled with power. I feel like I can destroy everything in this world. Ignoring the existence of the Fist Saint, Yuya was immersed in his own world. The Fist Saint could not hide his anger, but the anger quickly turned into a ferocious smile. Ha ha ha. It's good, it's excellent. I think I can have a lot more fun with you than with that rabbit. I don't know how long you can keep up with that attitude, but don't let me down. The Fist Saint made his hands mimic the claws of a beast and moved them up and down as if clamping them together with great force. Eat him up, jaw. And then the air fangs attacked Yuya as if they were going to devour him. Yuya. Even in the face of such an attack, Yuya didn't show any sign of evading, and Yuti shouted at him unconsciously. Like this? What? Yuya recreated the exact same movement as the Fist Saint immediately. And then, from both of his hands, the air fangs were created, and they collided with the Fist Saint's attack. However, Yuya's fangs were overwhelmingly larger, and the attack of the Fist Saint was easily swallowed up. Then it directly attacked the Fist Saint. In no way? When he avoided the attack, the ground and the trees disappeared as if the space had been hollowed out in the area where he had been standing. Don't kid around. Then, how about this? The Fist Saint stopped retreating, and closed into a distance that was his forte, and went on the offensive immediately. Tearing Sky Pierce, ha! It was a skill that could be called the special move of the Fist Saint, as it boasted the greatest destructive power with the least amount of movement, aimed at Yuya from a very close distance. Moreover, normally, such a super-advanced skill should only be able to deliver a single attack, but the Fist Saint was different and could strike a series of these deadly blows. If one were to receive this skill, the body would be destroyed, not only the outside but also the inside, and the surrounding area would be littered with the resulting fragments. But like this? Ah? Yuya was unamused and easily replicated the secret technique of the Fist Saint, and released all of them following the fist of the Fist Saint. And the result is... my arm. The Fist Saint was easily defeated in a battle of fists that should have been the sole domain of the Fist Saint. And the arm of the Fist Saint was shattered without a trace remaining. My arm. My arm. Why, how? Stop barking. Hi? This was the first time the Fist Saint realized that he was going to die. A black aura was oozing out of Yuya's body as he shook it suspiciously for the first time, and his eyes were glowing red. Yuya stared blankly at the Fist Saint, who had lost both of his arms, which were his pride and greatest weapons, and fell down in a miserable state. What's wrong? Don't you want to fight? No. No? That's not acceptable. Yuya immediately took out the complete recovery herb juice from the item box and sprinkled it carelessly on the Fist Saint. Then, the Fist Saint's arm, which should have been lost, miraculously grew back. What? Oh, my arm. What are you doing? Ah? Jaiwi. With his arms healed, the Fist Saint started to regain his composure, but Yuya kicked him in the face without mercy. Gar. Why, you bastard? What's with those eyes? Those eyes, do not look down on me. The Fist Saint used a number of techniques on Yuya. Still, all of them were instantly imitated by Yuya and returned with more than twice the power. And, at last, the Fist Saint realized. His arm being healed was just the beginning of this hell. No matter how much effort he put in, he was no match for Yuya. On the contrary, he was rolling around in a mess. Even when his arms were blown off, his legs were torn off, or he had a hole in his stomach, Yuya continued to use items to heal him and forced him to fight. Yuya kept on inflicting pain on the Fist Saint. "What the hell is this? What in the world is this?" said the Fist Saint in fear. "I don't want it. Stop. You don't want it. Stop. You wanted this, didn't you? You wanted to fight with the strong, right?" The Fist Saint indeed wanted to fight the strong, which was why he acquired the power of evil and began the hunt for the holy. However, what was happening to him here was not a fight with a strong person. It was a one-sided beatdown. As Yuya was still trying to attack, Yuti, who had finally recovered from the Fist Saint's intimidation and the shock by seeing Yuya's change, rushed over to stop him. "You can't. Yuya. Get out of my way." "No, I can't. If you keep this up, you won't be able to come back." "Can't come back, you said? That's a funny thing to say. I'm just giving him what he wants." "Denial. Go back to your normal self, Yuya. Akatsuki." Bui. Akatsuki was waiting for Yuti's call and immediately activated his sanctuary skill. Then, Yuya frowned for a moment. "Ugh. This is. Calm down. You're back to the gentle Yuya." "Gentle?" With that one word, Yuya's face became expressionless again. "What's the use of being gentle? It does nothing. It can't save anything. There's no need for it." "Denial. You're the one who is not needed. Give Yuya back." "This is me." "No." "I see. If you're going to get in my way, I'll get rid of you too. If the need to protect something makes us weak, then it is better not to have it." "Huh?" Yuti involuntarily shrunk away from Yuya's hand, which was slowly extended to her. Question mark. "Ah." Suddenly, Yuya's movement stopped. What is it? The faint instinct that remained in Yuya was preventing him from crossing the last line. He looked ruthlessly at himself and spat out. "You said you wanted this to happen, but you deny it? It's going to be a lot of trouble, I guess, oh Uma-san." Then, in such a state, Uma, who was supposed to be sleeping at home, slowly came flying in while yawning absent-mindedly. Yuti then rushed over to Uma, begging, "Please, help me. Yuya's not coming back. It can't be helped." At Yuti's request, Uma said in exasperation and turned his gaze to Yuya. "If that were the case, there's no need for me to go through all of this." "Uma? Good grief. You are such a pain in the butt. You should be able to use the power of evil as quickly as possible." While saying that, Uma could not suppress his bitter smile. "Well, this is just like Yuya. It's also annoying to be too kind. Hey, Akatsuki." "Bui?" Uma threw something to Akatsuki, who was depressed that his powers could not save Yuya. When Akatsuki caught it in his mouth, he swallowed it without thinking. "Bui? Don't worry. It's the same pill I took." "The same as Uma?" "What, don't you remember? It was the pill of size change, wasn't it? Why did you give him that?" Uma grinned in response to Yuti's reasonable question. "It's definitely for getting bigger." "Eh? Here, Akatsuki. You have to turn bigger and use your skill." "Fugo?" Not knowing what to do, Akatsuki started to get bigger, as Uma directed. Then, as Akatsuki's body swelled up more and more, the surrounding trees and the others were buried in Akatsuki's hair. This is. As for Yuya, he was buried in the encroaching hair. Akatsuki became super huge, just like Uma when they first met. At that moment, Akatsuki activated his sanctuary skill. Fugu. Akatsuki's sanctuary spread throughout the entire Great Devil's Nest, and a gentle light enveloped the surroundings. And then, it's so fluffy. The black aura had disappeared, and the usual Yuya was smiling happily while being wrapped in Akatsuki's fur. Looking at the current Yuya, the unapproachable atmosphere just a few moments ago disappeared. Even the Sanctuary S skill was no longer effective on Yuya back then. Yuti was surprised by the fact that Yuya returned in an instant, astonished. Why? It's simple. As Akatsuki's body grew, so did the effectiveness of his skills. Uma laughed, clearing his throat, and called out to the enlarged Akatsuki. Hey, Akatsuki. That's enough. Go back. Fugo. Bui. Akatsuki became smaller and smaller as his response was prolonged due to his larger size. Yuya was gazing a little regretfully at the shrinking Akatsuki, but then he suddenly realized his surroundings and looked around. Huh? What's wrong with me? And how did Akatsuki get so big? Yuya, thank goodness. Yuya looked at Yuti with a dumb expression as Yuti approached him with a smile on her face. He then remembered something and looked around again in a panic. That's right, what about Master Usagi? I'm fine. Master Usagi. In response to Yuya's call, Master Usagi, who was supposed to be in shambles from the earlier fight, was standing and looked to be completely healed. Hey, Master Usagi. What happened to your wounds? That's because being so close to such a big pig, it's only natural that I would also receive the benefits of his skills. I'm glad to hear that. No, I have no idea what's going on. I'll explain it to you later. More importantly, what's that dragon? He wasn't there before, was he? Uma-san? Come to think of it, this is the first time for Master Usagi and Uma-san to meet, isn't it? When he mentioned once again that Uma-san had been tamed by Yuya, Master Usagi held his head. What, you tamed a legendary dragon? Rather than that, is he really a being that can be tamed in the first place? He's literally the pinnacle of this world, living before we were created. I don't know. Even if you're telling me that. Humph, you're a lot different than you were before. You've caused trouble for Yuti and Akatsuki. Make sure you apologize. Why, yes. Yuya, who has no memory of the time when the power of evil swallowed him, can only reply for the moment without understanding. Now, more importantly, where did the Fist Saint go? That's right. That guy. Yuya remembered the existence of the Fist Saint, who the source of this event, and hurriedly looked around, but the Fist Saint was no longer around. It seems that Akatsuki's skills from earlier have also healed his wounds. Bui. According to Master Usagi's words, Akatsuki was unusually dejected when he realized that it was his own fault that the Fist Saint escaped. The Fist Saint was such a vicious being that even the slow-paced Akatsuki felt that he should not be allowed to run wild. Usagi put his hand on Akatsuki's head as if to comfort him. Don't be so depressed. There's nothing we can do about this. I'm not sure if I could have survived without your skill. Bui. Usagi's words were met with a small nod from Akatsuki. However, it was a fact that the Fist Saint had fled from the scene, and the atmosphere of Yuya and the others darkened. Huh? Where's Uma-san? Yuya suddenly noticed that he could not hear Uma's voice and looked around, but before he knew it, Uma's figure had disappeared. Prediction. He probably went home. I think he's sleeping. Yeah, he's sleeping. Agreement. He's probably not interested, huh? We're fighting like hell. I'm sorry about Uma-san. Yuya was uncomfortable and apologized as they all headed home. Part 3. Ha. While Yuya and the others were returning home, the Fist Saint, whose wounds had been healed by Akatsuki by accident, was desperately running through the Great Devil's Nest. Damn it. What's currently on the mind of the Fist Saint was the figure of Yuya, who messed up the Fist Saint with overwhelming power. The Fist Saint had never known defeat, and he was a talented genius capable of absorbing all kinds of techniques. That's why he took this title from the previous Fist Saint within a year of becoming his apprentice. From then on, he became even more greedy for power. And his strength led to arrogance, and before long, He found himself not only seeking power but also looking for an opponent to put his acquired skills to use. However, for the overwhelmingly powerful Fist Saint, not many people could receive his techniques. Most were easily broken if the Fist Saint showed a fraction of his true colors. That's why, for the Fist Saint, other existences were insignificant. And now, that Fist Saint had been defeated without being able to put up any resistance. Even when he made full use of all the techniques he had acquired with his talent, and along with the power of evil, he still could not reach Yuya. On the contrary, just as the former Fist Saint stole others' techniques and used them in a more perfected form to break their hearts, Yuya did the same thing to him. It's also as if this result was natural. For the Fist Saint, the people around him were just toys for him to use to test his skills. However, for Yuya, the Fist Saint was just an object of observation. There are no emotions at all, just indifference. With his gaze, the pride of the Fist Saint was already in tatters. When he retreated to a place where he could no longer be caught by Yuya and the others, he took a deep breath to fix his ragged breathing. I will never forgive them. For making a fool out of me like this. I will give them all a hell that they have never tasted. The Fist Saint, who vowed to take revenge on Yuya and Usagi and everyone else, tried to leave the scene with staggering steps. Next. The next one is. Next one? Don't say anything crazy. What? Who is it? Suddenly, the response to his words put the Fist Saint in a fighting posture hurriedly. In the past, the Fist Saint would have been astonished by the fact if there were people who could move without his awareness, but now the Fist Saints had no time to mind about that. The owner of the voice appeared in response to the exhausted Fist Saint. What did you say before? The one who appeared before the Fist Saint was Uma, who was thought to have gone home to sleep. In front of Uma, an unfamiliar anxiety struck him, and he asked in an impatient tone. What did you say before, you bastard? Uma didn't seem to care as he approached the Fist Saint with his small body and grinned at him. You were saying something strange earlier. What? What do you mean by strange? Ah, yeah. It's about the next one. Huh. What's so strange about it? Next time. This time I didn't lose. I'm just retreating. Next time, I'll win for sure. The next time, I'm definitely going to win, and I'm going to give them all hell. I see. Uma laughed in amusement at the words of the Fist Saint. That's a very clever mindset you've got there. Do you think you'll be able to get home safely after fighting with my friends? What? Your friends? I'm not sure what you're talking about when you're just a little dragon. The next moment, Uma's body returned to its original size. What? In front of the huge dragon that suddenly appeared, the Fist Saint sat down on the ground, losing his composure. Just a little dragon, huh? I'm a dragon that has lived since the beginning of time, you know? No way. Since the beginning of time, you say? Are you saying that you are the legendary dragon? That should be just a fairy tale. Uma opened his mouth wide as he brought his face closer to the Fist Saint, who looked up at him dumbly. There is no next time for you. This is where it ends. His words did not last. Uma chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth. Then he frowned. It's not good. After eating Yuya's food, my palate has become much more discerning. I have become a so-called connoisseur. While muttering that, Uma returned to his petite size and started to head back to Yuya and the others as if nothing had happened. Well, I've worked hard today, and I'm going to ask Yuya to make something delicious for me. I think hamburgers sound like a good idea. As Uma left, an air of peace was once again felt in the great devil's nest. What? At the World Disposal Ground, one of the three evil who had gathered there muttered in dismay. No way. How come? The presence of the Fist Saint. The presence of the evil that I gave to the Fist Saint is gone? The one who let out a voice of impatience there was the evil who gave power to the Fist Saint. It's also strange for me. The power that I gave to the disciples of the Bow Saint has been cut off too. In response to the impatient evil, another evil with a calm voice replied curiously. It's strange. It's not surprising if the disciple of the Bow Saint had died somewhere, but it's strange if the signs of the evil power disappear altogether. Above all, it is impossible for the presence of the Fist Saint, one of the few people who fit the criteria, to just disappear. That is true. The shadow alone is no longer enough to deal with the Fist Saint. For this reason, I was thinking of going there to drop a hand on it myself. In response to the evil's calm analysis, the first evil who opened his mouth answered so. But then, it's okay, isn't it? It means that there are no more troubles, right? Well, from a simple perspective, yes. But my opinion is not as positive. Why? Because it means that there are people who can compete with our power. It's too dangerous to let it go unchecked. Isn't that the holy? It's unlikely. Most of the holy have either fallen to us or have been killed by the hands of the Fist Saint. There are very few holy left who can resist us. In addition to that, the only holy that can compete in terms of power and compatibility with the Fist Saint is probably the Sword Saint, who is the strongest of all the holy. Still, it is unlikely that the Sword Saint will be able to come out unscathed. The evil that said that continues to be abhorrent. That's why I can't let the person who killed the Fist Saint go free. Even if it's the Sword Saint, he is still a threat to us. What would you do? Are you going to kill him? Of course, we need to do that. But I see. In contrast to the polite tone of the evil, the dignified evil nodded once. Let's start a war against the rest of the holy. Really? It's not a lie, is it? The evil who laughs innocently couldn't control his enjoyment and asked excitedly. When? When are we going to kill them? How many of them will we kill? Is it all of them? Calm down. Of course, we will kill as many as we can, but not all. If you want to come with us, you will need to accept that. Why? Of course, it's to enslave them. Slave? Yes. Our goal is to take control of the world, as we are the negative side of the world. In order to do that, we need to control the threats that can exist. Something like that? That's how it works. The innocent evil seemed to be somewhat depressed, but he quickly regained his composure. Well then, when will we begin the attack? Can I be the first? Yeah, okay. Those who are not here will not complain. Yay. If we're going to wage war against the holy, we can't just let the entity that killed the Fist Saint go free, can we? I think so. Well, there are many holy that have fallen to us as well. The number has already exceeded the holy that remains hostile to us. I don't think we can lose. While saying that, the evil stared at the sky, imagining the yet unknown one that defeated the Fist Saint. I don't know who you are, but you will not be able to stop us. And then the three of them disappeared from the place. Epilogue. While Yuya and the others were fighting with the Fist Saint, Lexia visited the neighboring Regal Kingdom on official business. The Regal Kingdom and the Alceria Kingdom had been building a friendly relationship for many years. Lexia, who was popular among the royal family members, was appointed as an ambassador for regular exchange. Usually, Owen would be present as a guard for Lexia. But with Luna, who was also a strong guard, Owen was now able to stay behind to guard Arnold, the king. The two of them arrived at the capital of the Regal Kingdom safely. They were immediately ushered into a noble room to meet with Royal, the Prime Minister of Regal, and August, the king. Well, you are as beautiful as ever, Lexia Summer. Ara, thank you. Luna was standing in the back and watching as Lexia smiled at Royal and August for their words. Good grief, what an outrageous wolf in sheep's clothing. Who is this person? Luna looked at Lexia, who was smiling and carrying on an amiable conversation, with a dumbfounded gaze. Luna knew that the real Lexia was not so ladylike since she was appointed as Lexia's bodyguard. But, if she can't switch between public and private like that, she might not be able to serve as a member of the royal family. While Luna watched the conversation between Lexia and the others with such thoughts in mind, August opened his mouth as if he remembered something. Come to think of it. I've heard that there's been a bit of a problem in the Alceria kingdom. What is it? No, nothing. It's just a rumor, but it seems that the first prince, Rhaegar, has committed treason. August said, but his eyes seemed to have ascertained that the rumor was true. Oh well. Royalty is such a pain in the ass. Searching one's mind in detail. Even though they are a friendly country, they will eat you up if you show them the slightest opening. If you're not careful, they're even scarier than the Dark Guild, as Luna suspected. Although the Regal Kingdom and the Alceria Kingdom were on friendly terms, there were also many problems that they faced because they were neighbors, such as territorial disputes. Therefore, if they show even a small gap, the Regal Kingdom will exploit it, and they may be placed at a disadvantage. The first prince's attempt to assassinate the king has been suppressed on the surface by the king's secret orders, but even that is not perfect. Although the king and the first prince have now reconciled, there is still a possibility that other countries will take advantage of the first prince and encourage him to rebel. There is no guarantee that the Regal Kingdom might not be interested. We should not be too careless. While Luna was quietly analyzing this, Lexia smiled leisurely. Ara, you know a lot, don't you? How? Luna's eyes widened in surprise as she realized that Lexia was not hiding the incident. Lexia, what are you thinking? Why would you show such an opening to the other side? As Luna looked on in bewilderment, Lexia continued without hesitation. However, my brother is. His Highness Rhaegar has completely reconciled with His Majesty. There is no longer any chance of His Highness committing treason. But that doesn't change the fact that he did rebel. That means that he was dissatisfied with the King of Alceria, doesn't it? Of course not, they are father and son. It was just a small quarrel between father and son. You call an attempted assassination of the king as a father-son quarrel? Ara, what kind of assassination is that? His Majesty is still alive, and His Highness is fine. Besides, because of this quarrel, the bond between the two of them is now stronger than ever. Royal was appalled while Lexia was unperturbed to any extent, but August laughed out loud, changing his serious expression. Ha 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 ha. You're sure an extraordinary girl to take it so positively. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying yourself. Yeah, I was satisfied, too. If you show any weaknesses, I will squeeze as much as I could out of you. I didn't think you'd take it as an advantage instead of a weakness. August laughed and then looked at Lexia again. So, now is the time. I've got one other thing that caught my interest, and I'd like to hear it from you too. A thing that has caught your interest? Yes. In the Alceria Kingdom, there is a valley where the legendary dragon is said to rest, right? Yes. Is it true that the said legendary dragon has awakened? Exclamation mark. Lexia and Luna did not yet know the information that August disclosed just now. It seems that you did not know about it either. Why, yes. Is the story true? Isn't the legendary dragon just a myth? Well, I guess that's the right response. Didn't you feel a tremendous shaking on the way here, Lexia Summer? It was like the whole ground was shaking. Come to think of it. When the legendary dragon, Uma, woke up, Lexia, who had already left the royal capital, remembered that she had felt a tremendous tremor on the way. In the end, however, nothing happened after that, so she concluded that it was just a temporary phenomenon. The ground shaking is said to be the roar of the legendary dragon. Is that so? But I think there is a great distance between the Regal Kingdom and that fairy tale valley. Well, since it's a legendary dragon, it's not surprising that it has a roar that makes that distance seem insignificant. After all, it has been alive since the beginning of time. August nodded as if his own words convinced him, and his expression became serious again. But the problem is not that the legendary dragon has awakened. It's the fact that someone in your country may have tamed the dragon is the problem. No way. Lexia answered unconsciously to the words of August. However, neither August nor Royal blame her for that. It's because it was so shocking. Who in the world is that? No, that's exactly what I want to ask you. A mysterious man with black hair and black eyes went to investigate, and when he returned, there was a small dragon beside him. The roar of the dragon was so loud that it shook the earth, and I think the dragon was huge, but after returning from the valley, he got that dragon. I am sure that the small dragon had something to do with it. Perhaps, in some way, he made the legendary dragon smaller. This may be rare, but it is said that you can get a pill that will allow you to change the size of your body freely from the fantasy rabbit. Lexia and Luna naturally looked at each other at the words of August and Royal. It's Yuya Summer, right? That must be Yuya. Yuya? Ah. She unintentionally said Yuya's name and hurriedly pressed it with her hand, but it was too late. August grinned and asked Lexia. It seems that you know the man, don't you, Lexia Dono? That's. Now, why don't you tell us who he is? Lexia was flinching at first at the gazes directed at her by both Royal and August, but as soon as she realized something, she returned to her normal state. And then. Okay, if you want to know so badly, I'll tell you about the man who's going to be my husband. What, Lexia? Luna panicked at Lexia's confident declaration. Hey, Lexia. You. What, you got a problem with that? I have no choice but to complain. Isn't it okay? It's just a matter of time. That's not the point. Since Lexia and Luna started arguing all of a sudden, the neglected August could only watch in amazement. Then August came back to his senses and cleared his throat. Ahem. Are you done? I'm sorry. For neglecting the two of you, I got a little heated. Well, whatever. It seems that the Alceria kingdom has been blessed with a lot of good people in a short while. At first I was surprised that Owen was not here, but the woman there seems to be terribly skilled, too. Yes, Luna is strong, you know. Right, Luna? Humph. Luna just snickered when she was suddenly asked to talk. While August laughed at the sight of that, he gave a sharp look that Lexia and the others did not notice for a moment. Well, I envy you. But our country is not to be outdone, is it? Huh? What do you mean? Lexia tilted her head curiously, and August smiled triumphantly. What's more, our country has succeeded in welcoming the Sword Saint. Eh? Just like the legendary dragon, Uma, the existences that bore the name Holy were like a fairy tale to Lexia and the others. The fact that they were able to welcome such an entity was no different than acquiring a tremendous amount of strength. So, I'm thinking of having them compete in front of us at our country's upcoming national festival. This year is the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Regal Kingdom, right? Yes. Lexia was no longer using polite language, but August continued without seeming to be bothered by it. Of course, we are planning to invite the Alceria Kingdom as a guest of honor. But if you'd like, you can make it a prelude to a match between our Sword Saint and that Yuya of yours. Eh? Yeah, I don't want to force you. It's a matter of national prestige. It would be too much for him to take on the Sword Saint, wouldn't it? What did you say? Did I say something strange? This is the Sword Saint after all. You should know the outcome, don't you? Are you saying that Yuya Summer will lose? Hey, Lexia. You don't need to. Luna, shut up. Luna, who felt that the situation had become unpleasant, called out to her, but Lexia refused to stop. It's okay, if you say so, then let's do it. Yuya Summer is definitely stronger than your Sword Saint. The moment Lexia said that, August lifted the edge of his mouth as if he had trapped her. Is that so? So, you're going to cooperate with the match? Well, I'm glad. Of course. I can't just keep quiet now that you've said that. Ah, damn it. I don't know anymore. Augus's purpose was to investigate the mysterious existence of Yuya, but Lexia, who was unaware of this, was provoked by Augus's words. Thus, once again, Yuya was involved in another big event in an unknown place.